we're just waiting for Commissioner Walsh, and we're about 1 minute to start. So. Eric, have you been in contact with him to see if everything's going okay for him to get hooked up?
I'm reaching out now, man.
Okay, thank you. Gonna mute just for a second and I'll be right back. All right, I just had to make sure we're gonna have a flag since we don't have video in Helena. So as soon as we get a flag up, I'll call the meeting to order. As soon as we get a flag up, we will start.
Chair Robinson, can you see and hear me now?
We can. Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Guess I wasn't entered as a panelist.
Oh, yeah, that happens. All right. I will call this meeting to order. If everyone could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Okay, if we could get the flag back off of there, we're set to go. Okay. We will start with approval of minutes. I'll do each meeting separately. So I will start with December 14, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Well, it's hard for me to tell who's moving. Okay. Commissioner Siebel, you moved? Who seconded it? When you second, if you could give me your name, that'd be great.
Commissioner Walsh made the motion. I seconded it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, are there any corrections or additions? Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, now the December 15th minutes.
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Lane. Okay, if you guys.
Sorry. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, second.
I'll second Commissioner Siebel.
Okay, thank you. Any corrections or additions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now the January 30th, 2024.
I move to approve.
I will second. Lane.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Commissioner Siebel, seconded by Commissioner Lane. Any corrections or additions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Is everyone able to look at the commissioner expenses? And if so, I would entertain a motion on that.
I move that we approve the commissioner's expenses.
Okay. Okay, is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Commissioner Lane? All right, are there any questions or?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to, I remember the old format. I like the new format better and appreciate the presentation and the accuracy of the new report.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, those in favor of the approval of the commission expenses signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we'll start with the commissioner reports now. Commissioner Tabor, would you like to go first, please?
You bet. So in Region 1, they've been doing some helicopter aerial work, in particular in the management project area near Noxon. Got a substantially complete count there, which is hard. It had low visibility and had some issues with the chopper, but they did get some counts. They continue to work on the special camera project and are getting quite a bit of feedback on that. And they've been doing some collaring, and both in mule deer and in sheep up in the Kootenai area and other herds. And so looking forward to getting some data on that. In the fisheries area, they held a West Slope cutthroat trout workshop in Missoula to discuss the issues statewide for the cutthroat. I think that affected other regions as well. And then there's been obviously quite a bit of activity looking at the swan. And so the team has been answering questions and working on that. Happy to say that we've got another warden currently in the academy and will be coming out, and then he'll join up in Libby. And that is much needed. I think they're just one short now of coming to full staff. It's taken almost 2 years to get there. And other than that, it's been a relatively quiet. They're gearing up obviously for licensing. I think all the centers are, and then also the hunters education classes are all keyed up and ready to get going. So with that, I will stand down.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go in order of what I can see on the screen. So Commissioner Siebel, if you'd like to go next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Region 5, like other regions, are busy flying elk so far this winter on the wildlife side, and obviously getting prepared for a multitude of spring surveys. Hopefully now we actually have some winter conditions in Region 5 that'll go a little bit more smoothly. On the fisheries side, the big news is the state has hired a Yellowstone cutthroat biologist, and that biologist will be based in Billings. So we're really excited to have them in Billings, and excited that we have that resource in the state now. On the enforcement side, there's a lot of enforcement, a lot of activity in the cow elk shoulder season. I'm also happy to report that it sounds like, from all sounds of it, that the shoulder season, especially in some of the larger concentrated populations of elk, was very successful in our region. So hopefully a lot of hunters were successful, and I think we did some good with that season this year. On the administration side, Robbie Sikora was actually hired as the regional administration manager for Region 5. He's been at the office for a long time, so congratulations to him. And he's getting his staff prepared for the March 1 licensing year like everyone else, and expects March to be a really busy month. In Region 5 also, it seems like a distant memory, but the summer of 2023, we had the train derailment into the Yellowstone River. The cleanup for that is actually still ongoing, and February 29th, there's actually going to be a meeting put on by Unified Command for that train derailment to provide an update and provide draft plans for the 2024 Phase 2 cleanup activities. And of course, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks will be assisting and is part of that group as well. So if people want to attend that meeting and find out more about the cleanup, that's on I guess on Leap Day on February 29th. And I encourage people to attend that and find out more about the ongoing cleanup process from that derailment. And last but not least, in the Parks and Rec, we have public meetings, a statewide outdoor recreation plan. Those are happening across the state. We'll be having a public meeting to discuss that statewide outdoor recreation plan on March 5th. from 6 to 8 at the Region 5 FWP headquarters. So check out the website for more information on that. And with that, Madam Chair, that's my update.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep this short, but on January 16th, I attended the Upland Game Bird meeting in Glendive to discuss the proposed regulation changes. A lot of good information was presented, as well as varying opinions on what should be happening with our bird population, how they're hunted. Overall, it was a good meeting. The biennial elk survey was recently completed in Hunting District 700. Total elk numbers appear to be roughly similar to previous survey numbers. Herd statistic data is still, though, being compiled. And then elk capture and collar replacement efforts occurred shortly after the elk survey was completed in Hunting District 700 as part of the Elk Habitat Management Montana Research Project. This is the last year for captures, and over 17 elk were collared during this effort. On January 30th, Fish, Wildlife, and Park completed the acquisition of the Wildcat North WMA, located along the Yellowstone River near Rosebud. This site is open to the public via walk-in access. Temporary basic signage, parking site rules are in place at the WMA, and staff will be working over the next few months to develop more formal infrastructure to more fully facilitate the public. Also, our Region 7 wardens continue to work on numerous license fraud investigations. And then overall, waterfowl season was slower than normal, with large movements of waterfowl moving west up the Yellowstone River and into the Bighorn River during the cold snap in December. The lion season has been relatively slow due to the lack of snow. No surprise there. And last but not least, the Forsyth Warden District has been filled with a lateral transfer. Tanner Mitchell, who is currently the warden in White Sulphur Springs, will soon resume this position. Thank you.
Okay. Just a reminder for the commissioners that have already gone, if you've met with any organizations, to make sure that you state that as part of your report. Okay, Commissioner Brook, if you'd like to go, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regional wildlife staff in Region 3 is also capturing, collaring, and conducting surveys on elk, bighorn sheep, and wolves for research and monitoring. Wardens and biologists have been out meeting with area landowners as block management contracts are being renewed for this fall, providing access for hunters region-wide. The department was awarded a grant from the Missouri-Madison River Fund to install bear-resistant garbage cans and food storage lockers at Missouri Headwaters State Park. Also, I think the new acquisition on that park is headed to the land board maybe next week, which is another piece of property that will make that state park a little bit larger and have some historic buildings on it. The state bison hunt ended on February 15th with a total state harvest of 15 bison, of 85 issued licensing. There's still some final reporting coming in. Most of the bison were harvested near West Yellowstone, with a few of them also in the backcountry. At this point, none were harvested in Gardner. Testing has been completed on samples collected from fish in the Big Hole and the Beaverhead Rivers last year. I know I'm going to butcher this, but Sarpoglenia is the fungus that they're finding throughout Montana. It was detected on several fish, but appears to be a secondary infection. The primary cause of these lesions that have been observed during the summer remains unknown. A work group of fish experts across the country have been assembled to develop a proactive fish health testing and monitoring program for the upcoming season. And it'll include population level monitoring to assess overall presence and prevalence. We anticipate releasing details of that approach in the coming weeks. And on the staff level, Region 3 would like to recognize Margaret Morelli with administrative support for recently achieving 40 years of service. That's an incredible commitment to the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. She's been a critical part of the agency's commitment to customer service. And also, enforcement is recognizing the retirement of Sergeant Justic Hakaluk after 24 years of service with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, serving the wildlife, fisheries, and enforcement divisions, excuse me. The only group that I met with was the Montana Wildlife Federation. I talked to them on the phone. I talked to a lot of other people who indicated that they were members of groups, but they did not talk to me on behalf of their organization. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Quick report, the FWP will be changing the way we open the Blackfoot Clearwater WMA on May 15th of each year. There's an increasing number of shed hunters who stage vehicles in anticipation of the opening day, and it's caused traffic and safety concerns and congestion along the highway. This year, antler hunters planning on entering the WMA in a vehicle will not be allowed to stage along Highway 83 and will need to register for a spot in line ahead of the opening day. And they're hosting public meetings to gather information on the change. And then one recognition, Warden Ezra Ginsburg, Phillipsburg District Warden, was selected as the Missoula Exchange Club Officer of the Year and will be recognized this month. I had the same conversation Susan did with Jeff Lucas from Montana Wildlife Federation, was the only group I met with, and then a lot of other general sportsmen that are affiliated with groups, but we're not representing their group.
Okay. Thank you. And it is, I think it's more of if it's a group of people, you can talk to individuals from the different organizations, but thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, good morning. First off, snowpack in the region's been dismal, I think throughout the state. Recent snows have improved the outlook, but current forecasts for stream flows this summer remain low. As an example, the Sun, Teton, and Marias were only 44% of median normal status as of February 11th. Region 4 is planning landowner appreciation dinners for those landowners dedicated to access programs throughout the region in the month of March. The Smith River application deadline was over on February 14th with a good response. And now the staff has been getting information out on human waste pack out and getting ready to post it on the website. Region 4 biologists captured and collared 40 bighorn sheep of both sexes in late January in the Sleeping Giant, Sebin, Beartooth WMA, and the Sheep Hardy Creek areas. Thanks to all who helped out, especially including the landowners. Region 4 wolf quota of 15 was filled on February 7th, 9 male and 6 female. Region 4 bobcat harvest as of February 12th was 73 against a quota of 100. Many lion management unit quotas remain open across Region 4. The elk shoulder season wrapped up yesterday, and harvest has been better with the recent winter conditions. At the end of January, the Region 4 fisheries management position was filled by Jason Mullen, who was previously the fisheries biologist based in Great Falls. So congratulations to Jason on his new role. Now, as a result of that, Region 4 has 2 vacant fisheries biologist positions, which are expected to be filled by the end of April. Applications for those interested are due by March 5th. Region 4 staff have been hosting school education programs, including the popular Hooked on Fishing events, which included a field trip for students to experience ice fishing. All students in the program caught fish, and I'm happy to report that classes in Lewistown caught enough perch to meet the needs for in-class fish dissections around the state. Bear awareness is now in full tilt, and the bear awareness education is continuing throughout the region in the coming month. I only had one meeting with an outside group to report, and that was on February 5th. I met with the Montana Conservation Society, which is a new group, and the Property Environmental Research Center, PERC, of which I'm on a member of their board. We discussed, and this was a meeting of, I think, 6 participants aside from myself, including the executive director and board members of both groups. We discussed elk management and improving access on large private land holdings. Also want to thank all who submitted public comment and voicemails from Region 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll do a quick Region 6. Excuse me, I attended the January 17th meeting, Upland Bird meeting up in Scobie. It was a very good turnout. Thank you everyone for coming out for that night for that meeting. In the region, hunter ed classes are getting ramped up. The National Archery in the Schools program is having a training in Fraser to try to get more schools involved in this program. Hooked on fishing classes are taking place, and the staff is working to revamp the program in an old and new areas across the region. Region 6 fisheries staff are partnering with the BLM, submitted a community pond grant to enhance Apollo Reservoir south of Glasgow. Fishing regulations are being developed, and internal scoping and development of the proposals will occur through mid-February. Public scoping of the proposals will start in early March. Public comment for the 2024 open water fishing tournaments were accepted through February 8th, with several comments seeking tournament boundary changes. For enforcement in Region 6, they delivered 4 bear-proof trash cans to Rocky Boy and to Fort Belknap to help with some of the problems in those areas. Biologists have recently completed their postseason deer surveys. Numbers varied below and above average across the region in general. Total numbers were down compared to last year, but biologists are seeing some good fawn to doe ratios. The biennial Missouri Breaks elk survey is slated to begin next week. We have a new employee in Region 6. Stetson Justice has accepted the Region 6 Habitat Specialist Conservation Lease position, and he will start with the region on February 26th. And the block management dinners are starting, I think, in March. So that wraps up my Region 6. I did not meet with any groups. I spoke to several individuals, but no groups since our last meeting.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did have a meeting in January with the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. I attended the Moose Symposium, and then had a sit down with the entire membership and ask questions about the commission business. So that was in January.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel or Commissioner Lane, did you have anything to add?
I did not, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I did not.
Okay, thanks. All right. Director Temple, do you have a report for us?
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Couple of things. As I'm sure most of you know, the wolf trapping season ended Regions 1, 2, and 3 last night at midnight in compliance with the injunction from the Federal District Court. As you've heard, we're getting ready to open the new license year on March 1st. That's a lot of work. Smith River applications have closed. We'll be conducting the drawing here in the next couple of weeks. The mule deer plan, that advisory group, I think we got nearly 200 applications for that group. So we're working through those, hoping to get that group assembled and that effort kicked off next month. It is budget construction season, believe it or not. The 2025 session is less than a year away. So we're working with regions and programs to identify specific needs across the agency that we might want to consider for budget requests for the upcoming session. For those of you who don't know, Hope Stockwell has departed the agency for a position at the Department of Justice. We appreciated her time here and wish her well there. Deb O'Neill is filling in as the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Administrator in the interim. Lots of ESA work going on right now in the agency, commenting on a bison species status assessment, a lynx recovery plan, and then a wolverine 4D rule. Commissioner Lane mentioned the new North Wildcat property that the department recently closed on. I just want to point out that's the first project out of that 2021 Lower Yellowstone appropriation that we got from the legislature. So seeing some movement there. I want to recognize Deb O'Neill and the Region 7 staff. They worked along with our land staff, Bill Schenk, worked really hard to get that project across the finish line, and hopefully we're going to see some more access and habitat protection in that Lower Yellowstone corridor as part of that effort. So with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll jump into fisheries. If Dr. Rice, if you'd like to start.
Morning, commissioners. For the record, Eileen Rice, that's spelled R-Y-C-E, Division Administrator for Fisheries. And we have a couple of items for you this morning. I'll start with future fisheries. This is for our winter funding cycle. The citizen panel met on December 13th. And what I will do this morning is present to you their recommendations. I want to point out that there is one change from the materials that we provided you, and we had a very last minute withdrawal from an applicant. Just a couple of days ago, the applicant for the Moores Creek Restoration Phase 1 project withdrew. This was as a result of the landowner pulling out from the project. The citizens panel had put some landowner stipulations on, which is fairly common for these habitat projects. And last minute, the landowner did not agree to those stipulations, so the applicant withdrew. So instead of 20 of the 21 proposals moving forward, it is now 19, with the Moores Creek one being withdrawn. The one proposal that the panel did not recommend moving forward is Warm Springs Fish Passage improvement. This one was denied by the panel as a result of cost-benefit analysis, the cost of concrete being substantially high, and then there was also concerns over responsibility from the Forest Service. So that leaves with the recommended total being slightly over 1 million. In your packets, it will say 1.1. With the removal of Moore Creek, it's 1,041,000 for a total project cost of 3.6 million, which is about a 6-to-1 match ratio of outside dollars to future fisheries. The remaining $950,000 will be awarded during 2 remaining cycles within the biennium. The only other comment I will make was we did receive quite a bit of public comment, which was very supportive. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions, Chair.
Okay, looks like Commissioner Walsh, do you have a question?
Yep, Dr. Rice, I've got a few questions for you. One is, where are most of the matching funds coming from for these projects?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, it of course varies by project, but some of it is private dollars from landowners or other entities. Some is federal dollars, such as Forest Service, other grants, community dollars. It really varies a lot, and varies per cycle. If you'd like us to look into getting you a report with more details, I can certainly do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. And the follow-on is now we're approving 19 projects. How many additional projects did the panel receive request for?
The panel for this cycle received a total of 21 projects. So one was withdrawn by the applicant, the Moores Creek, and one was denied, the Warm Springs Fish Passage Improvement, due to the cost benefit analysis. The rest were approved for moving forward. The next funding cycle will be in the summer.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a big thanks to the Citizen Review Panel. I think these are outstanding projects, and I'm excited to see this kind of work at the level that we are funding it. And I think the matching grants are terrific. And so with that, I'd like to move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Citizen Review Panel funding recommendations for the winter 2024 funding cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Project.
Okay. Second.
Second, Tabor.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Tabor. Any other questions for anyone, from anyone?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Dr. Rice, is there capacity in our funding and our dollars available that if had there been more projects, we could have done more with the money that we have in reserve?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor. Yes, as I mentioned, we have $958,000 left in the account. There's still 2 funding cycles to go through for that money. So the next allocation will occur in the summer, and then one more in the winter before the next biennium dollars come in. This is the largest amount that has been allocated during last legislative session. Future Fisheries did receive a bump in funding, and we are operating the program slightly different now, where we used to try to spread the funds out evenly over the biennium. Now we're trying to get most of the projects done at the beginning of the biennium, just for ease of getting projects on the ground quicker and the funds off the books within the allotted cycle. So there is still, like I say, just shy of $1 million left for allocation.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair
Commissioner
Robinson,
Yep.
just
go
one other comment. I think this is a really positive story, and I'd really encourage the department to do more to promote it in the press and on social media. And by doing that, I think we may also encourage more proposals.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, do we need to take public comment?
Thank you.
Oh,
I was
God.
just jumping
Yes,
in to
my
say that.
gosh, sorry. Got to get back in the groove here. Okay, we're going to take public comment on this before we actually vote on it. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay, do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, we have 3 online, and I'll address them at your pleasure.
Perfect, go ahead. Just a reminder, 2-minute time limit on comments on everything on the agenda. So go ahead, thank you.
Our first one will be Mike B. Go ahead, unmute.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Commissioners, my name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. At one time, I was past Executive Director for the Big Hole River Foundation, and I've had many projects funded through the Future Fisheries Program, and can attest to the rigor and high quality of these projects. put forth through the Citizens Review Panel. I don't know if you know, but each of the applicants has to go and present their project to the Citizens Review Panel, which is made up of tremendous people. And from the, I just want to let you know that FOAM supports strongly the Commission's approval of the funding recommendations for the active projects submitted by the Citizens Review Panel and prioritized by the Ranking Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and sorry for almost skipping over you guys. So our next caller, please.
Madam Chair, we have Clayton Elliott.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Clayton Elliott, representing Montana Trout Unlimited. I'm based in Butte. Thank you for your consideration of these projects. I would say that there are a number of the projects that we have been involved in, both the design and application. I won't go into those in detail, but would be happy to facilitate any commissioners that would like to get out on the ground and see some of this work. I think it's really exciting. I know many times I've stood up on Future Fisheries and talked about the win-win value here. Dr. Rice mentioned the matching figure of 6-to-1 return on investment. To Commissioner Walsh's question, I wanted to talk a little bit about where our funding comes from as we've stitched together the framework for these projects. And Future Fisheries can be a very important catalyst for other dollars. Taking one project that I have in mind, on Pfeiffer Gulch. So Future Fisheries can leverage natural resource damage program dollars, can leverage DNRC grants through renewable resource grant and loans, reclamation development grant and loans. Many of these also with the flush of federal dollars through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, Inflation Reduction Act. Those are the types of dollars. But then you also pull money from our local chapters, Trout Unlimited, landowners, county governments, city governments. So the framework of the funding becomes quite complex and diverse, but Future Fisheries can often be that catalyst. So I'll stand up and just say we support the recommendations from the review panel. Appreciate the work of the review panel. I think Dr. Bias did a great job highlighting the rigorous review that they provide. And just thank the legislature. I'm really appreciative the legislature stepped up the funding in the last biennium for this program. As you see, there's a lot of demand. I appreciate the approach of the department trying to front load those cycles with 2 more to go. And I hope, as Director Temple mentioned, as they're building a budget for the next year, we continue to make rigorous asks of the legislature to invest in this program, because I think the benefits definitely show of how successful this program is. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Lucas, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. My name is Jeff Lucas, spelled L-U-K-A-S, Conservation Director for the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports the Future Fisheries Improvement projects for 2024. We've worked to ensure proper funding for this program remains intact through the legislature, because we believe this program gets an excellent return on its investment, and it provides low dollar, high reward habitat improvements across the state. These projects prioritized in 2024's funding cycle have been run through a vigorous vetting process. So we urge a due pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll try this again. Any questions before we go for a vote? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. All right, thank you. Dr. Rice, you want to go to your next item, please?
Our next item is for a removal project approval. Just as a reminder, we prefer to bring these as a large group to you. Occasionally we have these outliers that we bring on an as-needed basis. This one is for the removal of lake trout from Swan Lake. There's a very active working group on this project, the Swan Lake Bull Trout Working Group. The lake trout removal project is considered by the working group to be the most likely effective and efficient way to remove lake trout in order to provide an opportunity for the bull trout numbers to recover. As most people are aware, bull trout numbers are in steady decline across their native range. And in Swan Lake in particular, recent red count data has shown that the numbers are continuing to decrease as the lake trout numbers increase. Our concern is without this management action that the bull trout could be extirpated from the area. The plan is during gill netting in 2024, the project will be refined further. With your approval, the proposed project starting in 2025 using contracted commercial fishing services, which we consider to be far more efficient and effective than staff doing the gill netting. Once the lake trout are at a more controlled level, our plan then is to develop a kokanee fishery, which was something that was brought up during the public comment period, with the public being concerned about lack of angling opportunity. So once we get the lake trout under control, we want to reinstate a kokanee fishery there for the public to enjoy. If this project moves forward, the population of both bull trout and lake trout will continue to be monitored and the removal efforts adjusted as necessary. During the public comment period, there was substantial support for the project in recognition of the importance to bull trout recovery. There were some concerns raised over lack of angling opportunity, and we think we have that addressed with the plan to reintroduce a kokanee fishery. Next step after your approval would be to go through MIPA compliance, which of course will then involve further public review. So at this time, the department is requesting your approval for us to move forward with our due diligence for the lake trout removal in Swan Lake.
Okay.
With that, happy to take questions.
Any questions, anyone?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So can you explain to me, so the department was doing this in 2016 and then it stopped. So we have done no gill netting since 2016. Is that correct?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Brooke, that's not entirely correct. What we were doing was an evaluation of whether or not gill netting could be successful. We have continued to gill net for monitoring purposes. What we have not done is a sort of full-blown removal effort. Part of the reason with that has been with working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, and the working group. It did look like the Fish and Wildlife Service was going to start a removal effort. With recent discussions and events and within the working group, it was decided the best way to move forward was the state to take the lead.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Commissioner Siebel has a question.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rice, just a quick question on the public regulations side. Does Swan Lake currently have a no limit on lake trout and also a mandatory kill for lake trout, similar to what Yellowstone Lake has?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, that's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, Dr. Rice, I'm just curious what the annual cost of this program is.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, right now, we're estimating it to be in the 100,000 range. It's a little hard right now to know. As I mentioned, we're going to be looking at gill netting this summer to refine the proposal more, and then we'll put out a request for proposals for a private entity, commercial fishing, to do the work for us. So we're actually funding the project, hopefully. Again, this is the first step, so we haven't actually secured the funding yet, but we are looking at a SWIG grant, which is through the federal government, particularly for native species recovery efforts. So that's our plan. Like I mentioned, we're guessing somewhere in the 100,000 to 150,000. The first year that cost will be a lot less until we get the project up and running. And as I mentioned, we're going to adjust the project as we learn more and figure out what's working. So hopefully that answers your question, Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tabor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a question for Dr. Rice. I did want to inform the other commissioners that I called a meeting in Region 1 with the entire fisheries team, and I lived in the Swan, and I'm very familiar with the project that occurred in the past. And I think I had a lot of the same questions that the commissioners are asking. It's like, well, why are we doing this if we tried it before? And I got a really thorough and complete explanation. In fact, there's a 41-page kind of after report that was written by the region that fully explains why some things worked and some things didn't, and how the department would have to modify its approach if it really in earnest wanted to be successful, which was really gratifying for me to read, because it's as if they learned from it and they know exactly what they need to do to be successful this go around. I can remember years ago being able to go out on the Swan and gather quite a few kokanee during ice fishing. It's probably one of the highlights of our family and a lot of families around the area. You can't do that now because of the impact of these fish. And the thing that excites me is they have some really good perspective of how they will be successful this go around and how critical it needs to be done. So I got fully satisfied with regards to the level of approach and expertise they're applying to this. And so with that, I would like to move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the removal of lake trout from Swan Lake.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Walsh. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. We will go to Mr. Elliott if you'd like to go ahead.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Great. I did not see the unmute button come up. I appreciate it. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Appreciate the opportunity to provide comment here. I won't belabor the point. I think you received my written comments and more further discussion there. I just wanted to dovetail from Commissioner Tabor's comments, and I think they were spot on in terms of kudos to the department for really taking a deep dive and learning from their past efforts, trying to take those lessons as they build and inform a program moving forward, as well as committing to adaptive management and adaptive learning as we go forward. The decision today is one step, and from here, there will be more learning, as Dr. Rice mentioned, through the course of the summer and this season's work. There'll also be more opportunities to learn from the public and engage the public through that MEPA review process. So as we think about building a plan, I really appreciate the department and staying committed to adaptively learning as we go, because the stakes are high for sure. The last thing I would just highlight is where our support comes from is a commitment to our work in the statewide fisheries management plan and getting that right as we went through that process. And in my comments, you'll see some of the specific citations to the SWAN around a focus on native fish management. And I certainly appreciate Commissioner Tabor and his family's experience on the kokanee piece. That's an important reason for our organization. It's really around this native fish conservation focus within the SWAN and bull trout. It's alarming to see what was once a stronghold of that population continuing to decline as the number of lake trout increase. So we're excited to be partners in this. As I mentioned in our comments, we're part of the Swan Valley Bull Trout Working Group, and we'll continue to work with the department as we learn. I will just say, I just recently heard some thawing of the ice on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service partnership, and it sounds like they may be coming out in the coming weeks with requests for public comment in their process. So I'm happy to see that perhaps the initiation of action by the state is prodding the feds to get up to speed as well. The last thing I'd just say, Flathead Valley Trout Unlimited, our chapter in the region, asked me to add their support. They were unable to be here today, but wanted to offer their support as well. And thanks again to Commissioner Tabor for his work to get this right, to learn, and to make this the best program we can. I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bias, if you would go ahead, please. Oops. Still muted there. There we go.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Robinson, Commissioners. Mike Bias, BIAS, from FOAM. In November of 2023, last year, the Swan Lake trout issue was discussed among the members of the Anglers Forum. And at that time, I think consensus in support of this project was reached among that group. Then in early January, I met with and discussed this project with Commissioner Tabor. And at that time, there was some concern that there may be some opposition to this project from outfitters in the region that had built a business, a rather successful business around the Swan Lake trout fishery. And then, so from that meeting with Commissioner Tabor, we met with all of the outfitters in the Swan Lake area operating with a lake trout fishery business plan, and come to find out there was unanimous support from these outfitters that they would agree and support lake trout suppression in Swan Lake. So on behalf of FOAM and it's our licensed guides and outfitters, we support the commission approval of this planned management action to remove lake trout in Swan Lake to benefit bull trout, and then also the kokanee salmon as it goes forward. Further, as Clayton Elliott had mentioned, this action is consistent with the management directions for lake trout identified in the statewide fish management plan. So with that, we support this project, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Vollmer.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Scott Vollmer, and for the record, that's Vollmer, and I'm here today as Vice President of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. We at MOGA have already submitted some written comments to you, so I'm going to be brief and offer our full support for the removal of lake trout from Swan Lake. We know there's a couple of concerns with this, one of them being bull trout bycatch. I believe Commissioner Tabor talked to the rigor that the department is going to go through to mitigate these concerns through subcontractors. We're also aware, as Mr. Bias talked about, that there is a lost opportunity for lake trout angling with this proposal, and some of our members utilize it. And we don't take that lightly. However, when you look at the big picture, this is the right thing to do for native fisheries. And we're hopeful that this will produce an even greater opportunity for kokanee in the end. For these reasons, we urge you to move forward with this proposal. Chair Robinson, I have one thing to add about the previous agenda item as well, if you may. if I
Go
may.
ahead.
For the future fisheries as well, with the funding mechanism, I just want to remind the commission that the legislature passed the outfitter preference point a couple of sessions ago, and part of the funding proceeds from the outfitter preference point goes to future fisheries, and I just wanted to add that in. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, after you have commented, if you would please lower your hand that's raised. Okay, all right. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. Okay, any other questions or comments before we go to a vote?
Madam Chair, I think
Yes.
Mr. Lucas
Yes.
has his
Yep.
hand.
Mr. Lucas, sorry. He's still, there you go. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas, LUKAS with Montana Wildlife Federation. Invasive species presence is a major concern in Montana, obviously, especially when invasives negatively affect native species populations. MWF supports FWP's proposal to remove lake trout from Swan Lake via gill netting in order to help surviving bull trout populations. While this is a noble effort, we do question the high cost of this effort in relation to its efficacy. We suggest that FWP consult more with CSKT wildlife managers for more information on the efficacy of fishing derbies for lake trout removal on Flathead Lake. Similar publicly led efforts on Swan Lake could reduce the need for expensive gill netting operations while providing an opportunity for the public to participate and take home some high quality fish for the dinner table. While we may never be able to eliminate lake trout entirely from Swan Lake, it is good to hear that reducing their numbers to an amount that allows native fish to thrive and grow their populations is FWP's goal. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I think we have no one with their hand raised. Okay, any questions or comments, anyone?
Madam Chair, this is Vice Chair Tabor.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on the last remarks made. When I did meet with the regional group, I talked pretty openly about just that idea. And a couple of things the region will be looking into as it starts to move forward with this project is the possibility of using some form of competition. One of the important factors of that is the importance of the relationship that we do have with the tribe and not wanting to be perceived as being in competition with that main derby that exists on the Flathead. So if it can be done in conjunction with or is in tangent. The other part is the department itself has to determine what its posture or position policy might be relative to hosting tournaments and otherwise using a mechanism such as that as a means by which for fish removal. It's not clear specifically as at a statewide level as to that being a tool. So that's one of the things that regional staff was going to get with Helen on and say, is that something that we want to start doing on a regular basis? And so that's on the radar, but it doesn't take from the core mission that this has to get done in order to prevent this any more invasion by this species. So,
Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. All right, we're gonna go into, speak up, I guess, if you guys need a break, because I was thinking we'll take a break after this next one, if that's okay. Okay, we'll move into the upland game bird seasons and regulations and sage grouse adaptive management plan. Mr. Wakeling, if you could go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Kind of a quick overview of some of the process we've been through to get to this stage. Sage grouse are in all of the season setting for the upland game bird turkeys. all of that was part of our biennial season setting process. And so we started this process back, gosh, almost
I'm muted.
approaching a year now. And we kind of had a bunch of concepts, ideas, kicked things around internally. And then in June of last year, we finally started presenting some of those concepts to the public. At that time, we hosted 34 meetings around the state, shared the ideas. We modified some of our kind of concepts, took those forward, and then we presented those again to the public through virtual meetings, end of October through the middle of November. Had 7 different meetings at that point in time, just answering questions on things that might come up with the proposals the department had presented. Following that, this was originally scheduled to be held and heard by the commission in December as part of our biennial season setting, but because of some of the questions and comments and just some of the stuff that was heard, that was pulled from the December meeting and rescheduled to be heard at this February meeting. In the interim, as was also noted by some of the commissioners in their reports, we did have 2 public listening sessions, one in Glendive and one in Scobie, both of those January 16th and 17th, where the public again had the opportunity, and those were virtual as well as in person, but the department wanted to make sure we went to the locations where a lot of the concerns were being expressed. And so we attended those meetings and probably had close to 50 people attend those in person. And we took some input there. We also went ahead and a lot of the concern at that point in time really seems to deal with upland game bird hunting and also some of the training season, the bird dog training season that's just was established through legislation a year ago.
My name is Mike Bias. You guys have a boat sitting down.
Thank you. So because of that, we also had the opportunity to try to ask some questions of both our through our routine telephone survey. When we query our upland game bird hunters, we ask them questions about did they participate in bird dog training. And so we got some information from that survey. We also, because we now have a license for resident and non-resident bird dog training, we were able to send a specific survey to those license holders and ask them about their activities and their participation in that activity, specifically different from just being part of the overall upland game bird hunt. And so we got some information from those. We had really good return rates from the individuals who had the licenses. We've provided that survey information to the commission. We also posted that on the website. So the first summary was provided, I believe it was on Monday, and then a day or two later, we were able to get kind of a more precise summary of the data that was a result of the survey, the online survey that was sent to those license holders. And so we have some more specific information on that. That's also been posted to the website and shared with the commissioners. So that all that information is there. Just wanted to hit some of the quick highlights of what our proposal, and it's real easy to kind of lose track of some of these. So because our focus has shifted a lot since our initially posted these. But within Region 1 on turkeys, there is a female or beardless wild turkey season there, and for the fall, and we're recommending that the quota there be increased to 4. That'll help kind of address some of those specific kind of increases in numbers in some of those areas. We also modifying our regional licenses so they reflect the regional boundaries rather than in kind of be a more consistent way to approach that. And so that would be for regions 5 and 7, they would truly be regional. Also for falconry for all of the seasons, just clarifying, there was a little confusing in the past, what license they needed to have. Could they have more than one license? How did that cloud up on some of the bag limit and possession limit issues? And so it's clarified just simply like anybody else, you have to have a current license in order to go forward with that. So those were the big changes that we'd identified early on. One of the other things that we've had as part of this package is, and within the cover sheet towards the back, there for sage grouse, we have 4 different hunt management zones. And with our hunt management zones, one of the criteria we use with our adaptive harvest management is if our LEC counts are below 45% of the long-term average for 3 years in a row, we would recommend closing the season within that hunt management zone. So for the past 2 years within hunt management zone 3, we have been below that threshold. We have not run the surveys yet this year. Those occur April and May. And so until we actually have that data, we can't say whether or not we've met that threshold. Certainly one of the contributing factors last year was some of the late snow and the deep snow that certainly influenced it. And so we can't guarantee where we're going to be coming out of the LEC surveys this year, but we wanted to ask the commission to grant the department the authority within hunt management zone 3, if we are below that 45% threshold for the 3rd year this year, that we could then reduce that bag limit to 0 and close sage grouse within hunt management zone 3. Finally, after hearing the comments and prior to going to the listening sessions, the department, it kind of coincided exactly with the listening sessions. The department asked Chair Robinson to carry a couple of potential amendments for the department. That being that we would change the training season for non-residents for their bird dogs. Currently, it starts 2 weeks later than what it does for the residents. What the proposal, just for the sake of conversation, to get the conversation started, was to move it to September 1st, which would be the opener for the upland season for residents and non-residents currently. The other amendment we asked to be carried was that the September 1st opener be delayed till September 15th for non-residents. So essentially that would give residents the first 2 weeks to hunt without non-residents being present. And then Chair Robinson also offered another alternative for consideration, but all of these are primarily to be offered to start the conversation. The department's recommendation is still, we don't have any biological concerns with upland game birds, and our recommendation still is the first one, that we would have standard September 1st opening dates and retain the bird dog training season dates from last year. Certainly a lot of social input there, and that's the purview of the commission, but just want to reassure the commission from a biological standpoint, we do not have concerns about our upland game birds at this point in time. That was kind of a little bit long. I tried to capture a lot of information there. If there's any question, I'd certainly be happy to try to address those.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Mr. Wakeling, just a question. Can you give us a little overview of what happened previously, especially with regards to the non-residents and bird hunting with regards to the legislature? I know there have been legislation brought up in the past, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about the history of that, what it was proposed, and what happened to that in the legislature prior to what we're considering.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I may not have an encyclopedic catalog of everything that had kind of transpired through the legislative session. However, there's been an awful lot of discussion and a lot of interest in trying to regulate resident and non-resident participation. I think a lot of it often comes, the experiences that
Brian, could you speak maybe to I think he's referring probably to the bill that passed the Senate, but then didn't get out of committee in the House.
I see that Director Temple has come on. I'd like to give him the opportunity perhaps to address this.
Sure, thank you. Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. So there were a couple of pieces of legislation in the last session. One that passed and two that didn't. So speaking to bird dog training first, there was a bill offered that was an outright ban on dog training that was offered and did not pass. And then there was a bill that this department worked with Senator Lang that did pass that gave this commission the ability to regulate bird dog training. So that is in effect. And then there was another bill offered by Senator Flowers that was modeled, I think, off of our neighbors to the east. Both North Dakota and South Dakota have regulatory schemes where non-residents are limited to a certain amount of time during the upland game bird season. Senator Flowers, I think his initial bill draft offered that for 2 weeks, and I think it was amended up to 4 weeks. That bill did pass the Senate and died in the House. So there was a lot of interest in it last session, given all of the conversation about hunting pressure and non-residents and what that looks like in particularly Northeast Montana. We fully expect to see that topic picked up again by the legislature. Commissioner Siebel, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the recent legislative history.
Thank you. I apologize. My internet is acting up right now, so I missed part of that response, but I heard Director Temple. Thank you.
Okay. So Director Temple, could you clarify? I know there's been a lot of discussions on if the commission itself has any authority to do what that bill tried to do.
Madam Chair, the commission does not have the authority to implement a structure like that. It would require legislative action.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh. Oh, you're muted. Oh. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. A few questions. One is on the limit of 8 for partridge. Mr. Wakeling, can you just comment relative to other states around us? Or I read with interest public comment on that. I know in Region 4 where I hunt, I can't imagine shooting 8 partridge in a day, given the impact some of the weather and other things have had on our partridge population. So can you just please comment on why the limit is so high?
I'd be happy to, Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh. With upland game birds, rarely does the bag limit itself actually become a factor that influences the actual population. And so when populations are high, hunters have the ability to harvest and retain larger numbers of birds. But in order to actually reduce overall harvest, through bag limits, oftentimes you have to get extremely draconian in reducing bag limits. So in other words, very few people actually reach 8 birds. But if the intent was to reduce the overall harvest, routinely what you'd have to do is reduce the bag limit to a single or to 2 in order to have a population level effect. Oftentimes, that provides hunters with the opportunity to take advantage of good bird populations when they're doing well, without having any negative effects on the population. I'm not sure if that's the question that you were asking specifically, but you know, the bag limit is usually, if it appears liberal, but there's a lot of things about the behavior of bird hunters. In years when bird hunting is not, they don't meet with a lot of success, oftentimes hunters will spend less time hunting. On the contrary, when bird hunters are doing well, or bird populations are doing well, then those situations, hunters will spend more time hunting. And coincidentally, that's when they can sustain greater harvest.
Chair Robinson, I had another question on this topic.
Go ahead.
Actually, a couple. One is, Mr. Wakeling, in HMZ 3, when will that elect count be completed?
Our elect counts routinely begin in March and run through April. And so at some point, then we have to summarize the data. So we'll probably have our final numbers sometime in May.
And is it your expectation that will be, you know, less than 45% of the long-term average?
You know, there's been a great deal of speculation on that. You know, we know that the counts last year were influenced because of accessibility to some of our elects. This year, right now, we don't anticipate having the same challenges. And so it's hard to say. I can't give you any kind of real firm prediction on whether or not we're going to be above it or not. And that's why we're requesting that flexibility. If you know, it's hard to put a probability on it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooke?
Yes, Madam Chair. Brian, back to the bird dog training. Lots and lots of public comment and concern about truckloads of dogs and people on horses training dogs. But when the survey came back, it said there was only 3 out-of-state commercial dog trainers, and all 3 had 10 dogs or less. And so I'm wondering, from the department view, is this a perception that there's all these dogs out there, or is it reality, or is the survey, is something wrong with the survey? I mean, we had a lot of people responded, but it sounded like there's only 3 dog trainers out there, commercial. What's your take on that?
Certainly. Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, you know, we ask ourselves that same question a lot. You know, routinely, the surveys are far better at developing an accurate sense of the proportion of individuals that believe or participate in, or in any way, it's a far more accurate way of assessing a particular situation. what you typically get with public comment is some an assessment that an issue exists. And so you typically get the ends of the spectrum, people that like something a lot, someone that dislikes something a lot, responding in a public comment situation or at a podium. Now, there's a number of factors that may have played into this. This was the first year that we've asked for licenses, and so it's altogether possible that, and we believe that we probably 300 residents, 110 non-residents, that's probably a minimum number of people that are training. We're certain that there are people who are training dogs that did not buy licenses this year because they didn't know it was required. And so we know that's an absolute minimum. When we asked people on the phone survey whether or not they participated in training, it was a much higher proportion. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of 8% of the people reported training dogs. But the way the question was asked, it's altogether possible that they misconstrued what they were being asked, and so that's probably a maximum number. So the number is probably somewhere in the middle. The other thing is, and I've had friends from out of state that sent me photos of trucks and a lot of people doing it. We don't doubt that this is that people are definitely taking advantage of the situation and capitalizing on their opportunities to hunt or participate. But I guess that's a long-winded way of saying some of this is perception, but we don't doubt that it's an issue for the people who are expressing the problem.
Brian, if I remember correctly from the meeting, so once bird season starts and the trainer has a hunting license in hand, there's not a need for the training permit.
Madam Chair, that is correct. If you have a hunting license, the season is open, that allows you to pursue birds and your choice whether or not to harvest.
Right. So there could be some of that where they're just going to have a bird license rather than a training. Before I call on you, Vice Chair, I just want to ask one more question to Director Temple, please.
Madam Chair.
So I think I asked you this question at the meeting and I just want a clarification, but for the dog training licenses, can we require that they declare how many dogs they are training with their license when they apply?
Madam Chair, I don't believe under the current statute that the commission has that ability.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a series of questions. Mr. Wakeling, or for that matter, anybody, when we were looking at the possibilities of different things that we could do, was there any analysis done or reach out to any of the communities with regards to what kind of financial impact pulling back visitation in these rural areas was going to have, either on the communities and the businesses that are involved or on the outfitting community that provides services in that regard?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, to my knowledge, we have not done any specific analysis in regard to this question regarding the financial impact. There certainly is data out there that indicates, what the value of a upland game bird hunting day or a deer hunter day is worth, and so that's. But it's a generalization there wasn't anything specific to this particular question.
And then, Brian, the next question I have relates kind of statewide. So, two elements to this. So on the east side, how much of the in particular, taking into account Chair Robinson's follow-up amendment where it just be restricted to public land, how much public land are we talking about on the east side that's actually federal, which I would assume would be BLM, and then on the west side would be primarily Forest Service? So would that impact a fairly large amount of federal land that we're going to say non-residents can't hunt on for some period of time?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, I'm not exactly certain what the question was. Are you looking at how much of like say Region 6 would be federal land?
Correct. So Region 6 and 7 and actually everything east of the divide, probably we're talking more BLM and DNRC when we say public land, I believe, as the category. And then west of the divide, I would assume that we're talking primarily Forest Service. So if we pass this rule relative to non-residents can't hunt, I'm trying to get a sense for just how much of the federal public land we're denying them access to if we were to pass this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor. I see that Scott Thompson is on. I'm going to try to maybe put him on the spot, if I may, from Region 6. He may have a sense, a more specific sense of like how much public land we're talking about. Your general overview is accurate. And I see Scott came on, so I'll give him a chance to respond.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, my name is Scott Thompson. I'm the Region 6 Wildlife Manager based out of Glasgow. Across Region 6, yeah, the majority of our federal public lands would be BLM. The proportion of public land to private across the region, I want to say that we're about, it's less than half of our region would be public lands or federal lands. I'd have to, dig into it exactly what the proportion of that is BLM, but probably on the order of maybe a third of the region. So.
Thank you, Scott. And I think your other assessment, Vice Chair Tabor, that it's with the further east you get, it's more BLM. The further west you get, it's often Forest Service. Obviously statewide, we're looking at about 2/3 private and about a third of our state being some type of public. And when we tend to move towards the west, we tend to have bigger blocks of public land than what we do. But in the east, it tends to be more of a piecework. But that's about the most precise information I have right now.
Okay, and then lastly, Brian, as it relates to, so the issue came out of listening sessions where it sounded like it was primarily focused on Region 6 and parts of 7. But do we have, or did the comments seem to indicate that we also have crowding or issues on either private or public land, like in the forested areas for mountain grouse and some of the species that are part of the upland game bird package, but not necessarily relative to either this dog training issue or to this crowding issue that's been articulated?
An excellent question, Madam Chair and Commissioner Tabor. So when just looking at this, at what we saw through the summary, mountain grouse are not where most people have been training their dogs. There are some people that do, but it tends to be a smaller proportion of them. Based on the survey, and again, with all the caveats associated with the survey, the species that were trained on the most include the gray partridge, the sharp-tailed grouse, and pheasants. And most of that effort that we documented through the survey was by residents, and those residents were primarily in Region 6. So, that's kind of what the survey told us. But again, like I say, that's with all the caveats associated with that survey.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just one more. I apologize, but I just think we got to get it complete. So, I mean, is it fair to characterize this as perhaps a Region 6 then issue? I mean, should we be prescribing this for the entire state if most of the focus and concentration and concern has been emulating out of Region 6?
Based on the survey, most of the activity currently does seem to be within Region 6. That doesn't mean that there are portions of Region 7 and Region 4 that didn't have significant patches of this kind of activity. And one of the challenges that any action the commission may take certainly has, we always worry about, okay, if we do something different in one part of the state, do we wind up with just a shift in pressure to another part of the state? So just add that just for the commission's consideration as well. But I think you've characterized it well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wakeman.
Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Brian, just a quick question on if now that we're talking about the proposed or the potential amendment on non-resident hunting, what's the enforceability ramifications of this? And maybe we have someone from enforcement on, but I wonder how, I'm curious, looking at a group of hunters, you don't know if the residents, non-residents, unless you approach everyone. And without some sort of corresponding change in the actual license structure, like what's proposed in the legislature, it seems difficult to me to be able to enforce this. And I'm curious if you have an opinion or if enforcement has an opinion on enforceability of separated seasons without a change in licensing.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I'm not really qualified to speak for enforcement. I can certainly, and a lot of this gets speculative in a lot of ways. But
so Brian, could maybe get somebody from enforcement on here, and because we have some other questions too. But Director Temple, did you have a comment on it?
Yes, Madam Chair. So certainly, our enforcement staff are stretched thin as it is. There's a lot of ground for every game warden to cover. I did talk to the SCOBY warden, Ryan Linder, when we were up there, and he spoke to some of his efforts to enforce, and it's going to be individual contacts. We have a number of licenses already, for example, that there are different seasons. If you hold a 3-day upland game bird license as a non-resident, you're not allowed to hunt the opening weekend. So there are some of these kinds of restrictions in place that law enforcement, they're going to make their individual contacts. They're going to use their discretion and do the outstanding job they already do. Certainly, as it relates to season dates, the finer grain that you apply that restriction, the more difficult it becomes to enforce, particularly on the margins of whatever boundary you might say, whether that be a regional boundary or hunting district boundary. If the regulations are this across this line and that across the other line, it makes things sometimes a little more challenging. And then of course as you apply that restriction in one area and not another, that pressure tends to move from the place where it's restrictive to it's less restrictive. So and we can try and get law enforcement on here as well, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walsh, did you have a question? Oh, you're muted again.
Thank you. I just had Chair Robinson, I have a follow-up on Commissioner Tabor's question about the economic impact on rural communities of this change and or proposed amendment on the non-resident hunting days. And I'm a bit surprised that hasn't been analyzed in some way, given it'll have an impact on jobs. And we heard from a number of lodges and outfitters who were concerned that they were going to lose 25 to 30% of their business for the season that is actually already booked for the coming season. And that's a really material impact on an important job driver in this state. And then in addition to that, we've held listening sessions around the state, 34 different meetings, but not likely that non-residents were participating in those meetings. And whether or not these lodges participated, that's not clear to me. Long-winded preamble for my question, which is really to Director Temple, and that is, I'd like a little more color on why the Senator Flowers bill died in the House.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, if I recall correctly, I believe there were economic concerns raised by some of those communities, and we heard some of those in the meeting in Scobie. There are, some of these, as we know, non-residents coming to our state to recreate bring with them, dollars that get spent in local communities on various things. Now, your mileage varies on how much that impact is or isn't, but it certainly was a concern that was raised in House Fish and Game, and to the best of my recollection, Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, I think that was the primary reason that bill did not advance.
Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows?
Madam Chair, maybe a question for Director Temple. Still kind of trying to wrap my head around all this. So essentially we have the decision space. We've shifted the non-resident season back 2 weeks. We also shifted the associated dog training 2 weeks with that, are the amendments, if that's correct. If we have the decision space to shift the non-resident dog training season by 2 weeks in Chair Robinson's amendment number 2, I guess I'm still trying to figure out what is our decision space relative to non-resident bird training.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I think as it relates to, when and where they can do it, I think the commission has full discretion. So if you here and not there, this day and not that, I believe the commission has complete discretion to do that. In terms of, for example, saying you can do it with 3 dogs and not 5, I don't think the commission has the ability to do that.
But my question, Director, wasn't limiting them. It was more just stating how many they're actually training.
Madam Chair, I misunderstood you then. I do believe that you could require them to report how many dogs they're bringing. That was my mistake.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Follow up then. So we do have the decision space to then limit, or maybe not a full prohibition on it, but limit further restrictions on non-resident dog training.
I believe you can apply limits, and I would look to legal counsel to keep me out of the ditch here. I believe that you can apply limits to that. You cannot outright stop or prohibit non-residents from engaging in an activity that's available to residents. I would look to Chief Legal Counsel Clergett to maybe correct or add to my answer here.
Happy to answer additional questions, but you got it right, Dustin. The biggest thing there is ratio, and you can create a ratio as long as the same recreational opportunities are available. So you can't outright ban non-residents unless there is a specific resource concern. And here, that's not been the dialogue as much as, crowding. And so without that resource concern, you're limited to, again, like Director Temple said, a season change, shorten, lengthen, or a wear, but you can't outright discriminate is not the right word, but you cannot distinguish is the word I'm looking for. You can't actively distinguish between non-residents and residents to the point of disallowing entirely.
Director, did you have more to add?
Madam Chair, just wanted to make the commission aware that Sergeant Leonard from law enforcement is on the call and available for enforcement questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burrows, did you have anything more?
So I guess just as a follow-up or trying to understand our decision space, then we have the authority to restrict non-residents from dog training by up to 2 weeks, apparently based on the amendments. I guess I'm just trying to figure out at what point do we hit that nexus of disproportionality between resident, non-resident, where it becomes this legal discussion about whatever the term is, discrimination or disproportionate opportunity between resident, non-resident. Is it 2 weeks or 6 weeks or 6 months? Or is it just kind of a judgment call that has to pass the smell test?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I'll take that one. You sort of said it at the end. It is that smell test, to quote Justice Scalia, I'll know it when I see it. But I think the biggest thing there is to remember that you can't actively restrict entirely. So if you start, the closer you start getting to, it really looks like we're creating a season that's functionally not reasonable for non-residents. That's where you're going to run into trouble.
Okay, I just want to reiterate that if we have the dates for the hunting and the training at the same time, then there's pretty good chance we won't have any training permits given out, because they can technically be hunting and training at the same time. So I don't know how accurate they are, but that would kind of take that away also. Commissioner, did you have anything else, Commissioner Burrows? Okay, Commissioner Tabor.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. This question's actually for Director Temple. So Director Temple, I believe that you put together a special group for upland game bird, and they have met and made some recommendations. And I apologize if I missed it. It looked like they only opined though on the dog training, and I didn't see anything relative to the non-resident hunting port. But I'm curious in the bigger, broader sense of just how much these proposals and this issue, the opportunity to vet it, either by that group, or for that matter, the PLPW. So I mean, I thinking back historically, especially when we're talking about issues that affect private and public land and the resource, and the interplay between communities, private landowners, outfitters, and what have you. That would have traditionally been an environment where the PLPW would have maybe done a pretty thorough deep dive and had at least an opinion or some guidance on that. And was this proffered in front of the PLPW at all, or has this new group that you formed had sufficient enough time to really vet through what the totality of the issues are and make complete recommendations?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, I guess if I'm not aware of a new group that we formed. If you're talking about the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Advisory Council, that's a group that's been around for quite a while. If that's the group you're referring to.
Yeah, I apologize. I think there were new appointees.
That's correct. So,
that's what I meant to say.
As this commission has done, over the past couple of years, these proposals that were put out there by the department were done so for the sake of facilitating conversation. We were hearing lots and lots and lots of comments from pretty much, the entire eastern half of the state about this. So much so, again, where we asked to delay the Upland Game Bird season setting to this meeting to give, because the issue is at least in a number of people's mind, Mr. Vice Chair, is becoming fairly acute. So PLPW has not focused on this. They've been focused on hunter ed, elk management, some of the other issues. The Upland Game Bird Council has not weighed in on this. And so, in the department's amendments, what you should see there is an attempt to facilitate conversation more so than an advocacy. We held those 2 additional meetings to get as much public input as we could. We've gotten lots of comments from around the state that are available to the commission. So, in the and like I said, this undoubtedly will see the light of day again in the 2025 legislature. So that's what I can offer, Mr. Vice Chair. Certainly in a perfect world, we would love to run these through, any group that was interested in them. But given the way the season setting calendar fell, when the comments came, we felt this was the best way to get this conversation rolling and in front of this body for consideration. Madam Chair.
And Director Temple, this is not necessarily a new problem within the last 2 years. It has been discussed, I guess, for several years. It's just like you said, it's just progressively gotten worse. Commissioner Burrows, you still have your hand raised too.
Yeah, just one of the things that was brought up as a potential solution. It's modeled after that the houndsman was and I don't know much about it, but that there's a restriction on non-resident houndsmen per district at a certain percentage, and that was brought up to me as a potential solution, is following a model that already exists as far as limitations on non-residents. So might be worth looking into.
Could anybody answer that if that's in our purview?
Yes, Madam Chair, that would be fine. It's, again, as long as it's that proportional ratio that still allows for some participation, and obviously for the houndsman it does.
Okay.
Madam Chair, a point of clarification on that. I believe that limitation on the number of D5s was actually established legislatively. And that's where it first came out. And then the commission acts off of that in the proportioning to the various hunting districts. But I think that original limitation on the number of non-resident houndsman permits was a legislative action. I could be wrong.
And is that, I guess my question is that, are we apples and oranges here, or is it the same? Would they be under the same purview?
I mean, but from my way of thinking, but I'm not the legal guy here. To me, the limitation of the number of influx of houndsmen, because it was as severe as it appears this problem was tackled through legislation to create a cap on the actual number of non-resident houndsmen that could come in. And then also they were apportioned by districts. So there wasn't, because there were some districts that were getting pounded by non-resident houndsmen, and they'd basically fill out the whole quota, and then they'd move to the next and the next and the next. And so now there's a distribution, there's a cap on the number of non-resident houndsmen that can come in, and then there's a cap on lion management units as to how many can actually apply their craft in any specific district.
But what, I guess to clarify, you're saying that authority was given to us by the legislature, though?
Yes, it was established legislatively, and the only authority I think we had beyond that was that we were, as a commission, then we apportioned what districts, and also the division between those licenses that were D5s, how many could be used for chasing bears and how many could be used for chasing lions. But it was established from a licensure standpoint.
Okay. Director Temple?
Madam Chair, just to confirm, Vice Chair Tabor's correct. That's a D4 non-resident hound license. This is a bit of apples and hand grenades, I think. These licenses are specifically do not apply to outfitters. They apply to non-residents that are not hunting with an outfitter. The cap, as Vice Chair Tabor mentioned, was established legislatively. Beyond that, the commission has discretion to put those out. So I think the basic model might be something that could be applied, on the fly here. I think it would be difficult for us to contemplate something that might work along those lines. It may be something we'd have to pick up and analyze a bit further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, if it's good timing, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, so just so we're all on the same page, today, and every day, I just want to, like the original motion made, and then we'll deal with each amendment separately like we've been doing and vote on it. So go ahead with your motion, please.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarity with Brian, if I could, is that the standard proposal that we have, which is what I intend to move right now, not including any proposed amendments, is to keep things status quo with regards to non-residents. Is that correct, Brian?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, that is correct.
Okay. So with that, Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve changes identified in the upland game bird, turkey, and migratory bird regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department, including closing HMZ 3 to sage grouse hunting if the 2024 let counts are greater than or equal to 45% below long-term average, and all other game bird, turkey, and migratory bird regulations contained in the 2023 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2024 and 2025 upland bird, game bird, turkey, and migratory bird hunting seasons and districts.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh, second. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with the amendments that I was asked by the agency to carry. And the first one, I'm just going to add the on public land to it because, and to be clear, the reason that I added on public land was economic impacts, as been spoken to a little bit today. From who I've spoken to, if we limited it to public land, then there was a lot more, a lot less impacts, I guess, economically to the clients that were already booked, I guess, for this season. So my first amendment, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission for those upland bird species being hunted in the fall with a start date of September 1st, including falconry, fall turkey, mountain grouse, partridge, and sage grouse, and sharp-tailed grouse. Adjust the starting date for non-residents from September 1st to September 15th on public land. Is there anyone who was that? Commissioner Lane?
I will second. Lane.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and discuss this, and we will we'll vote on this before we move to the next amendment.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes. Go ahead.
It sounds to me like you're withdrawing the First Amendment and only going with the Second Amendment.
I can't withdraw it because I never made it. It was just
Okay.
a proposed
I'm sorry.
amendment out to the public.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to your proposed amendment that's on the floor right now, I stand in opposition to that, and for a significant number of reasons we discussed today, including the fact that there are people that have already booked. I'm sure some of those outfitters are booked on public lands in parts of the state. So the impacts, especially implementing it for the 2024 season when things are already in place, to me is not fair to those people. My question is still about some of the enforcement, if it's even possible. I also have concerns about precedent. I hate to use the term slippery slope, but I guarantee if we start doing this with hunting season and non-residents, we're going to be looking at this for big game seasons and everything as well. And I think this is something that's a really, really big issue that really does belong in the legislature. And I think it's unfortunate that the bill that was killed in the House last time, I'm not sure again about the background of that. But the idea that this to me needs to be combined with a change in the non-resident licenses. And I like the idea. I've hunted in North Dakota, and I like the idea of changing our licensing to something more similar to the states with limited timeframes. Then if you wanted to adjust timeframes, you could adjust the licenses with that as well. So I recommend that we push this back to the legislature. We have a session coming up, election and a session coming up we could apply to the 25 season. So with that, I just want to say that I stand in opposition to this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tabor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At a minimum, I'm wondering if both you and Commissioner Lane would consider a friendly amendment. I am absolutely convinced that there's an issue out east. I've heard it. You'd be you'd be ignorant if you couldn't see that there's some issues and problems that have to be addressed. I'm concerned about the totality, though. I do know that in regions 1 and 2, the opportunity to for outfitters to take folks there are some people that specialize in guiding mountain grouse solely on public land, and I really haven't heard much in the way of problems statewide, just primarily into this area. So I'm wondering if you'd consider making this like a pilot project or something just for Region 6, or perhaps 6 and 7 and 4, because that tends to be the area, and leave the other regions out of it for now, so we're not affecting everybody statewide, simply because this is having more unintended consequences than I think we had time to analyze, and it just keeps, people come out of the woodwork saying, well, what about us and this and that. So if it's just going to stand as is, I'll have to oppose it. If you would consider amending it and sharpening it to maybe some of the affected areas to try it experimentally until we get a legislative solution, then I would consider doing that.
Commissioner Lane, I would like to hear your input, because I'm a little bit afraid of what they spoke earlier of, if we just do it in one area, that it's just pushing the pressure across to the next region. But go ahead.
I would have to agree. I think it is going to do a shift. However, I don't think that. I think I could support it just being regional, and just until we can address it, if we have to address it in 25, just to see how this works in Region 6. And I mean, I don't think we're seeing the crowding as much in Region 7 as you are in Region 6, but I would support just trying it as a pilot program. I mean, it may shift all the to all the different other regions, but I think it's I would support having it just regionally.
Director Temple, would you like to put your 2 cents in on that?
Madam Chair, I don't think the department has a position on it. It's whatever this commission, I think we can implement whatever you want to do. Again, Sergeant Leonard is on if you want to ask a particular enforcement question, but we'll make work whatever the commission decides.
Okay. Mr. Leonard, if you would maybe speak to that as far as enforcement, if it was just limited to Region 6. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yep, go ahead.
I'm a little behind on the topic. I was busy with some other things for work, so I apologize. Could you repeat the question just so I can give as accurate of an answer as I can at this time?
So the proposed motion is to move the start date for non-residents for upland bird hunting from September 1st to September 15th on public land. And the question was, if we did it just to Region 6, how would that work for enforcement?
I think we'd be able to navigate that okay. Currently, right now, during that time of year where wardens are having to navigate several different season start dates between upland game bird, archery deer and elk season, archery antelope season, and several other things during that time. I think it's kind of in our wheelhouse for being able to navigate that and monitor when certain things are and being on top of it.
Okay.
That answers your question.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I would be willing to move that to just Region 6, but I do want a caveat in there that it would be until the legislature has a chance to look at better I want to say fixes, but better solutions. Are we able, Sarah, during this meeting to put these amendments up like we do when we're in person?
Madam Chair, if you'll give me a minute, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lane, are you okay with that amendment? To the amendment?
I am.
Okay.
I am. May I ask one more comment? I guess, you know, if we do move forward with this just for Region 6, you know, and may possibly readdress it in 25, there's still, I guess, everybody who this is economically affecting needs to have the understanding too, that if this goes through, that there could be that chance that we move forward in 25 and we'll be readdressing the same issue again. So I guess I would put that forth as a warning, or not a warning, but just have them be mindful that this could be coming around the corner.
Okay, so who are, like, could you rephrase that? Not getting what you're saying exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't making this part of the amendment.
Oh, no,
I
no,
was
I know. Could you just repeat that, please?
Is basically, you know, how we are kind of, you know, in a sense, kicking the can down the road as far as to help those who are going to be economically affected by it this year, should this move forward. Just so that they know that this could be a possibility coming forth in 25 or when we readdress this, so that all of a sudden we're not dealing with the exact same issue again, saying, well, it's going to economically affect me this year. That's not fair. So I guess I'm just saying that there needs to be the understanding to those out there that this could be coming back around should this move forward.
And another thing too, I guess if this does pass, we still can come back to this issue after listening to the comments that are made when I go out to public. So anyway, are there any other, Commissioner Walsh?
I'm not on mute. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's no economic impact study that's been done on this, right? Whether it's Region 6 or the whole state. And I just want to state that I agree with Commissioner Siebel that this is a change that really should go through the legislature.
So are you guys comfortable? Any other comments? All right, so we are going to vote on this amendment, and I think I want everyone to raise their hand, please, so that I can tell who is in favor of this motion. Okay, all opposed? Oopsie, wait a minute. Oh, okay, there we go.
Wrong amendment.
Nope, this is it. No, that's dog training. Yeah, see, it is the wrong amendment. Sorry. Commissioner or Director Temple.
Madam Chair, just a question to make sure that we get this right. Did I understand?
No, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong amendment.
Yeah, I know we're displaying the wrong one. I just want to make sure that I understood that your amendment, after all the modifications, would be just for the 2024 season, correct?
Correct. To give the legislature a chance to find a solution.
Thank you.
And just in Region 6.
Yes. I mean, I do have concerns also with not knowing exactly what the economic impact is on this. So anyway, I don't know if we're going to get it up on screen, but that is what the motion is. So all those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. All those, okay, Commissioner Burrows. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Okay. So we have all the rest of the commissioners opposed to this. So the motion fails. I did mention this is to the FWP, but I just want to make sure that all of the comments that we have received on this amendment, that somehow it is forwarded to who it needs to go to in the legislature, so that these comments are readily available to them. Director Temple.
Madam Chair, we have a number of legislators that are interested in this topic, to include Senator Flowers, Representative France, just to name a few, and then the EQC has asked. So we will make sure that all the public comment that we've received on this topic gets to EQC, which is our oversight committee, and then any additional legislators that we know are interested in the topic.
Okay, thank you. The second amendment that we had, that I was asked to carry forward, okay, is I move the commission adjusts the starting date for bird dog training by non-residents from August 15th to September 1st. Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
Okay, Commissioner Brooke, thank you. Okay, discussion on this one.
I have a question. So, and I thought I understood this, but earlier on when we were talking, so is it correct that the bird dog training season basically starts at the end of the hunting season for non-residents and goes to the beginning of the start for non-resident? So there is no, this bird dog training season we're talking about does not include the hunting season? Is that correct?
Mr. Wakeling, if you could speak to that, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows. No, that would be incorrect. The bird dog training season extends from currently August 15th for non-residents and August 1st for residents, but it extends through March. And so what this proposal would do is simply move the start date back to September 1st. Currently, it's August 15th for non-residents. It would simply move the start date back to September 1st.
Okay.
And the hunting season start is what date?
Currently, the hunting season start is September 1st.
Okay. So by doing this, we pretty much eliminate the bird training, the need for the bird training license if they have a hunting license.
Madam Chair, that's not entirely true because they do have the ability to train birds after the hunting season if they have.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, given the fact that we already have a 2-week delay in the non-resident season, training season, and also I liked your suggestion earlier that we would consider requesting or getting the information about how many dogs someone is training, not when they apply for the non-resident training license. I think leaving it as is, but requesting that we gather that information as part of the training license, with the idea that at some point that information, and maybe even the next session, could be used by the legislature to even potentially place a cap on the number of dogs being trained commercially or not by non-residents. So I would suggest that we not change this at this point and gather that information. I don't know if that's part of the motion or a recommendation to the department, so I take guidance on that, but that would be my suggestion for this.
Okay, Commissioner Tabor.
In this particular issue, the thing that, and I appreciate what Commissioner Siebel said, I think we need data to truly understand what kind of impact. When I was first imagining what was happening, that these birds were getting essentially harassed in a very material way by a lot of dogs pre-season, which then sets the season up for what I think are negative consequences, because by the time the opener begins, those birds are so freaked out and by already being chased in particular on public land. That's why I wanted to kind of support this. But But, you know, in light of what Commissioner Siebel said, I guess I'd like to hear from the department if we have any sense for what kind of stress this is putting on the birds pre-season, because it seems to put everybody at a disadvantage if they're being hit hard before the season opens.
Mr. Wakeling?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor. We don't have any sense that we're seeing. I mean, when we look at the number of the harvest, and we look at the what information we have that indicates population health, we don't have any indication that the level of training or harvest currently is having a negative effect on our upland game bird populations. Based on the information that we did receive through the survey, there does not seem to be, whether or not that's truly indicative of what everybody is doing. We're spending out there. Training was less than 9 days, and for non-residents, it was even less.
So I have a follow-up to that, Chair. Go ahead. So I think the suggestion was based on what Commissioner Siebel said. I just want to verify this, Brian. Will the department be able to collect data from these folks so we can get a real strong sense for just how many dogs we're talking about? And I think if we're going to be surveying who these people are, I would like to know not only how many dogs there are, what the areas that they basically went, so that we can gather enough actual data to analyze the potential impacts. Because right now, I think some of it feels anecdotal, some of it, we're doing via survey, but if we require as a condition of giving them this permit that they have to report this activity, when and where, how many, and everything else, and then we have that accumulated data to work off to make decisions in the future, then I'd be okay, proceeding with this,
So my question, Commissioner Tabor, is that if we're going to gather that information, it should be more than non-residents. It should be all the bird dog trainers.
Yeah, I'm not at all opposed to that. I think that would be very healthy, because I'm just really concerned about how much pre-season activity there is. I'm all for training dogs. Believe me, it's so important. But I also think if everything that everybody said was correct, I'm surprised, birds are even alive by opening if this amount of activity is happening. And so I'd like some data to help us make an educated decision on that. And it seems like the source of that data is the actual people that are doing the training.
Okay, so
I require that.
I'm gonna go with this amendment first. We're gonna talk, and then depend either way this goes, then let's look at an amendment or a motion to talk to that. So I don't want to mix them together. Let's just do this separately.
Well, but what I'm saying is my vote is dependent on the answer to that question, because if they're not going to be able to gather that data and all that, then I'm going to probably vote. I'd be more inclined to vote for it. But if they are going to be able to, gather the data and all that, I'd like to see the impact of it. We'll never know the impact if we move it to September 1st. We'll never know.
Madam Chair, I had a comment.
Yes, Commissioner Rose.
I guess for me there's been enough issues over there that they were reaching out to the Region 2 commissioner to express their frustrations with these impacts. And I guess I'll liken this issue back to the study when we talked about on the Big Hole River about doing a mortality study on fish that are already hurting on a population to see if more and bigger hooks are going to impact the fish. I guess on this one, let's go with the smell test. I don't think you could sell with a straight face that there is zero impact from letting dogs run around and training them before the season. Whether it's detrimental or not, we don't know. But I don't think you can say there's absolutely zero impact, and there's definitely not a beneficial impact. So to me, we have an impact. We know we have an issue. We know we know there's an issue out there. And so I guess to me is I don't necessarily need a study for me to show that there is some detrimental impact there. The significance of it, I don't know, but I guess I'm supportive of the motion based on surprisingly the number of people that were reaching out to me personally, individually, to express their concerns with what's going on with dog training out there. Thank you.
Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to agree with Commissioner Burrows. I see it in Region 7. I mean, there are truckloads of dogs coming in before the season starts. We're seeing an impact on the landscape here. You know, I can't speak to the biological effect of it, but I have heard from when I went to that meeting in Glendive that when those birds, they're still extremely young, there's going to be inadvertent take on those young birds during the training area. That's, it's nothing you can do to change that other than allow them to get a little bit older. And yes, it's only 2 weeks, but I think that we definitely need to move forward with this, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I just want to emphasize again that if we go ahead with this motion, we will have, if we're concerned about early birds, and we will have a start of the training season the same day as the start of the hunting season for everybody, which is fine, except it doesn't prohibit anyone from bringing 100 dogs or whatever they're going to bring up to start training and more pressure in the hunting season without having to buy any sort of training license. So I guess I would just encourage us to not do something knee-jerk, because there certainly is a problem, but really consider if we have, now it's already delayed 2 weeks for non-residents, which is already the law of the land. But now we keep that where we have 2 weeks, and we gather the information both on non-resident dog trainers and resident trainers like we talked about. And if we don't have that gap, we're not going to be able to require a training license for the preseason, especially because there won't be a preseason and we won't be able to gather that data, which I think in the long term, what we need to do is be looking at, if it's a big impact, is looking at a legislative fix that puts limitations, caps, whatever we need to do on dog training as much as it impacts the bird population. So that's all I'd say, that we need to consider long-term implications.
Any other comments before I go to a vote on this motion? Okay. I would also like you to raise your hand on this one too, please. All those in favor of the motion to start the non-resident bird training, change it from August 15th to September 1st. Okay. We have Commissioner Walsh, Commissioner Brook, Commissioner Lane, and Commissioner Tabor. Commissioner Burrows, all in favor. All those opposed, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, Commissioner Siebel opposes it. Okay, motion is carried. Okay, now, is there someone who would like to make a motion that kind of speaks to what we were talking about, requiring the training license, whoever purchases a training license, to declare how many dogs that they will be training with, or anything else that you would like to require? Commissioner Siebel?
Yeah, I guess, Madam Chair, if the concern, as I mentioned before, with the passing the amendment, if the concern is preseason or prior to hunting season, we don't have any requirement now prior. Now, I understand that they train afterwards. If we're concerned, we want to get that information, fine. But I think the big impact, or the big concern, was preseason hunting and the impacts that had. So I'd say I don't know that there's a need for that information if we're going to go ahead with the other amendment, or which we did.
Which I'm not sure. I guess I'm not personally sure that it's completely preseason. It goes on clear through the season. But part of what I said though too is that if they have a hunting license, they don't necessarily need a training license. So we're kind of stuck with that.
Chair Robinson, can we get a clarification from the department? Because what I thought I heard was, if you're going to be training dogs, even if it's during the season, because you want to be training them after the season, you need to get the license. And so we could require that even if you're in season and you're training dogs, you still need to report. You don't have to have a trainer's license if you're in season. But if you're in season and you're training dogs, you do have, even though you don't have to have a license, you're likely to have one because you're going to be training postseason. So we could at least require anybody that has these licenses. It probably won't be as effective, and that's to Commissioner Siebel's point. I get that, but it seems severe enough where we have to do something at least for a year. So maybe so I will make the motion. I don't know that we need a motion. Can we just require the department to gather this data, or Sarah, does it need a motion for us to direct the department to do this?
Commission, it can be either an instruction to the department or a motion. I think in this case, you probably don't need a motion. You could probably do it just with a direction.
Director Temple?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a question for Sarah myself. So I guess the way I would look at this being implemented, Sarah, is a requirement of issuing the license would be a declaration of how many dogs. If we're going to make it a requirement for licensure to declare, which I think is what we want, because we don't want people to not do it, would we not need a motion for that?
Yeah, Commissioner Director, yes, for that to make it a requirement, you would. My misunderstanding, I thought you were asking for reporting only at the beginning of an intention, essentially. So if you want to make it a requirement, then yes, you do need a motion.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I would recommend for maximum effectiveness that you make it a requirement for licensure to declare the number of dogs rather than just ask for a report.
Commissioner Tabor?
So moved.
And I will second.
Okay, I think we're gonna need some wording.
Sorry, hold on, please. Sorry, Madam Chair. I have these written out here. I'm trying to keep up.
I'm sorry.
If you'd like me to post them, I just share my screen, I can do that, but I want to make sure I got the wording. I don't have an exact wording from the vice chair yet, or if you want to take a break, I can try and catch up.
We can do that.
Just ask the director to repeat it because he said it perfectly, and
I don't know that we've ever done anything, Mr. Vice Chair, so thank you. But what I was suggesting, Sarah, is that the declaration of the number of dogs, the requirement for the issuance of the dog training license. So
Require a declaration of the number of dogs training as a requirement of the dog training license.
Of the dog training license.
That's already been passed. This is a separate motion. I think it should say a dog training license because we're not talking about just non-residents. It would be everyone. Commissioner Tabor?
Is that reflective?
I feel like it is, unless
Commissioner Brooks?
Spelled wrong. Individual is spelled wrong.
Of course it is. I can't spell.
Me either.
The sign of genius.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Siebel.
Yes, just a question on clarity on this. Does this imply a cap or a limit? Is it a limit if they declare? And then if it's not, if it's information gathering, could we amend this or a friendly amendment to say in any other information that the department, required information that the department would like to gather? I'm just thinking about some wording like that. That's not just the number of dogs, as Vice Chair Tabor mentioned earlier. maybe where they're, whether they're training on public or private land or both, where, those sorts of things, maybe even what birds, whatever we want to gather, we think would be informative to potentially restrict this or regulate this further in the future. So that was not wording for you, Sarah, but I just wanted to see if that's something that would be, we could add. I would ask Sarah that, and then if that's would be agreeable to Vice Chair Tabor and Commissioner Brook.
If it's a friendly amendment to the amendment.
Yes. And Commissioner Tabor and Commissioner.
Well, we're still in the process of crafting it, so I would absolutely accept that.
Commissioner Brook.
I agree.
Okay. Any comments or questions about the amendment? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and vote on this amendment. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. So all those in favor of amendment number 3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I did want to mention that Quentin Kujula raised his hand and he may have some clarification we may need to be necessary.
Okay, I cannot see him, so.
I'm sorry, Chair, Vice Chair. I was just going to ask just before the motion, a clarifying question. Sarah, I wonder if you could put it up on the screen again, please. Just want to make sure it is just a clarifying question, Chair. So on Amendment 3, which I understand was just the one just voted on, the number of dogs he or she intends to train, that's presented there as a season total, not a per training session.
It would have to be. We only buy one license, so it really would have to be.
Okay. It would have to be a season total dogs ultimately to be trained. And again, the question is just a clarifying one, Chair, just to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, thank you. And then if I may also go to Amendment 2, and I understand that's already been acted on, but is that on public land, or was that?
No, that should not have, no, that should not have said that. Well, unless
Yep, that's why we had it in the parentheses is just to make sure.
That was not what the motion was proposed.
Yeah, it did not include public land. It made no statement.
All land.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your tolerance.
Okay. All right. Any other amendments to this? Two birds.
It appears Mr. Wakeling's also got his hand up.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring Commission's attention that what the training license currently is public land. As I recall, I'm just trying to remember all the details of it, but to train on public land on wild birds is what the resident or the bird dog training license is required.
Okay. So.
Quentin, I see you came on. I'm not sure if you have a.
So Brian, is that to imply that non-resident or residents don't require a dog training license if they're on public land?
My apologies. I believe that the license itself, whether you're a resident or a non-resident, is required to train on wild birds on public land.
So you don't require a license on private land is what that implies.
I'm trying to go back to the details on that. Quentin, you got your hand up. Maybe you've got it in front of you.
Yeah, if I may, Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So the license, as it's statutorily identified, is for dog training. So it's across land ownerships. The training season that the commission put in place at last year's June commission meeting identified training dates for dog training on wild birds on public land.
Yeah.
So I think to Brian's point, well, I'll leave it at that. I'll say, I think to Brian, what Brian's saying is that Amendment 2,
Oh.
yeah.
So I guess, I mean, I'm carrying this for FWP, and so it should have been, I guess, more clear as to what was being asked of us. Because
Yeah,
this
I think the intent was to match up with the dog training season that the commission put in place in June. And I'm sorry, maybe I got in front of Sarah when she said in parentheses on public land, because the dog training season is defined on public land. So my effort to clarify, I probably made it muddy. As we read Amendment 2 right now, it applies to the dog training season definition, and the dog training season as defined the last time the commission picked up the dates, which was in June, which is on wild birds on public land.
So with this wording, does it change that, or is it just changing that date?
You know, to be sure, I'm looking for Sarah. To be sure, it would be good to say on public land if that's the intent here. And again, I understand that to be our intent when we offered the amendment to be a public land piece. Dustin, I'd look for you to clarify if I have that wrong, but that's my understanding, is that we were speaking to the dog training season that the commission had defined.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Quentin, respectfully disagree. I think that the best thing is to leave the amendment as it is, because it's tied to the license. So the intention.
Okay, so we're not changing the license itself. We're only changing the start date, so it still would apply to what we had put in place before.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That helps me. Thank you. Sorry, I'm gonna get out of the way.
Okay, everybody that has your hands up, do you have questions? Casey?
Yeah, just a clarifying question for Sarah. What about non-resident dog training on private land where the private landowner has a bird preserve for the specific purpose of training dogs?
This does not change, from what I understand, sorry, sir, does not change what we already have in place. It's only changing the date.
Yeah, but
it doesn't cover private land. Does not.
Right now, you can train dogs on a bird preserve 365 days out of the year.
Which is what our dog training license says. Can somebody just bring up what our dog training license wording is, please?
Have it. And so I'm sorry, Chair, let me. You have that, Sarah?
Give me a minute here. I'm trying.
I'm reading the statutory language that the training of bird hunting dogs using game birds not raised in captivity. So that's the statutory language. So if you're training on wild birds, you do need the D5 dog training license, regardless of ownership. If you're training on pen raised birds, regardless of ownership, you do not need that license.
So this would not affect that at all.
So yeah, as I understand, but Chair, I'm sorry, as I understand Commissioner Walsh's question, he was speaking to birds raised in captivity. So that's correct. This would not influence that opportunity that Commissioner Walsh asked about.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
So then I just wanted to bring up where we may get some skewed data is then, so I bring a truckload of dogs and I bring 5 raised birds with me and I throw them out and then I start training my dogs. All the other wild birds they chase up are incidental, but I'm not training my dogs with wild birds. I brought my birds with me. So is that essentially a loophole to this dog training license then, is you bring a handful of birds with you and throw them out, and then you're training on captive birds.
So, Mr. Leonard, are you still on there? Could you speak to that, please? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, if I'm understanding correctly, to clarify, is that on private property or public property?
No, my question was, my understanding from what Quentin had just read was, so if you train your dogs on public lands, but you bring captive birds to do it, that you would not need the dog training license. And if that's correct, then my question would stand. If I have a misunderstanding, then I guess my question wouldn't be relevant. So I guess the first question that he needs answers is, do I need a dog training license if I'm training on public ground, but I have a handful of captive birds that I brought with me to train?
My answer to that would be yes, from what Quentin just said for the statute.
Okay, so I thought the answer to that would be no, that you would not need a dog training license if you were on public grounds, but you were using captive birds.
Can you release captive birds on public lands?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just reading Sarah's screen here for a minute.
Unless the reference statutes go back to public versus private, to me, when I read this is simply referring to captive versus wild birds and not clarifying on public or private.
Yeah, it looks like according to that statute, as long as they're marked and tagged, not require person training bird dogs to have a license.
So, Madam Chair, I guess my first question, I have two questions, but my first question, the fundamental question to this question is, could somebody answer that if I am a dog trainer, I have dogs and I'm coming to Montana and I'm bringing a few birds with me and I'm going to train my dogs on public ground with captive birds, do I need this D5 license, a dog training license?
Commissioner Burrows, I'm sorry, Vice Chair. If I may, I'm not sure who the question was directed to. Sorry to jump in.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I didn't direct my question specifically to anybody. Quentin, Director Temple, Sarah, whoever may have that answer. Based on this MCA, do I need a license for the situation that I just described?
Madam Chair, I think there's a couple. So I think the short answer to your question is if you're hunting birds that are pen raised, you don't need the license. I think the statute's pretty clear there, but there's an additional requirement in 873602 that you can't just release birds from anywhere. They have to be from a source that's approved by this department. So you couldn't show up from Texas with a pen full of birds that you brought with you from a source that wasn't approved by this department and turn them out and train on them, marked or tagged or not. So I see your point, Commissioner Burrows. There is a small potential, I think, of a potential loophole here. Might be one that we might need to take a look at closing in the upcoming session, but I think the overall footprint there is reasonably limited, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess I think we have this clarified now that this training license applies to both private or public land and private land if you're training wild birds. And without the addition of the words on public land to this amendment, we're telling private landowners that they have to wait on their own land 2 more weeks. If they're non-resident private landowners or someone that's got at least out to a non-resident, they have to wait 2 more weeks to train. And I guess I don't think that was the source of the problem that we're trying to address here. So I guess I would ask why we would include, if we even have authority to say that, but why we'd include or would not try to exclude private land from this amendment.
Are you talking the declaration on number of dogs?
No, I'm talking about Amendment 2, because that was the question that
Amendment 2 does not go to the legislature, it goes to our policy that we created.
Correct. And we're saying that training season, because it appears that our D5 bird training license, if that's what we just looked at, that is not the same thing.
No, I don't think so. Can you pull that up, somebody? It's what we
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's a statute, and that was what gave us the authority. There we go.
Whether on private or public land, it's right there.
Yeah. So we're telling private landowners that they cannot train on their own land for 2 more weeks.
You mean for the non-residents?
Correct. Non-resident landowners or someone that might have a lease on private land can't train on that ground if we don't have the exclusion or the included language on public land that was on Amendment 2.
Madam Chair.
Okay, wait, I have one question. Okay, but what I was just told a little while ago is it would only change the date. It would not change what we have already in our policy. It would only change the date.
Madam Chair, you're correct, and that was the intention. So the amendment that the department floated for discussion was to modify the status quo, which only applies to public land. So Commissioner Siebel, the status quo in those restrictions, as the commission has implemented, even though the commission has the authority to restrict training on public land, it's not chosen to do so. Our amendments intended only to change the date for non-residents, not to change its application to private land. So that the date would remain as it. Again, there's no application of regulation for training on wild birds on private land under the status quo that this commission's adopted.
Do we need to clarify that, or is this discussion enough to clarify it?
I personally think that the addition on public land creates the clarity that Commissioner Siebel is requesting. I don't see where it could hurt.
Okay.
And it creates the clarity that I think is the intent.
I would
Okay.
agree.
So we will go back to that motion. And all those in favor of adding
Madam
on.
Chair, Madam
Yes.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We need to just clarify on Amendment 3, that amendment has been passed. Yes?
Yes.
So now we're going to create an Amendment 4,
Yep.
which is to amend the prior amendment that was passed.
So then what happens to Amendment 2?
It's
Because
superseded by Amendment 4.
Got it. Okay.
But we actually passed it with the phrase on public land.
We did. That is not what I stated. Or
No,
that's
that
what
was
she
my.
wrote on there, but-
Okay, all right.
Okay, to make it clear, I will make another motion. I move the commission adjust the starting date for bird dog training by non-residents from August 15th to September 1st on public land.
Second.
Okay, who is that? Who seconded?
Lane.
Yeah. Okay, so any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. So we have 3, even though it says 4, we have 3 amendments. Is that correct? Can you go up, please? We only have two amendments.
Yeah, the first one failed.
Right. Okay. All right, so Everybody
So
was
just so you know, Chair Quentin has his hand up again.
okay. Everyone out in the public, I just want you to know that the original motion from what was released plus the 2 amendments that are listed down below is what you will be speaking to. Okay, Quentin?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to clarify, given the conversation we've just passed through, that for Amendment 3, that's speaking to anybody that's purchasing a dog training license, wherever they are training. I just want to make sure that's how we read that. And again, because the statute doesn't make a distinction between public and private lands. If you're training on wild birds, you need the license wherever that is. And so I just want to make sure that
So, but they don't need
Amendment 3 right now, as it's characterized Amendment 3, regardless of where they are training on wild birds, this amendment says you need to identify the number of dogs. Is that how we should be reading that?
I don't think so. Right now, what is the condition of having to purchase a dog license? Dog training license. What is?
You need a dog training license if you are training on wild birds.
Even on private land.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
And so as we read
So,
amendment,
but the way this is, I guess my opinion would be that you could ask that. Are you training on public land or are you training on private land? Because we left it open for any other information the department deems necessary.
yes, Chair, yes, we could do that, and I certainly see that in the motion. I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear, as the conversation has been about wild and captive, public and private, that we were all reading 3 the same way, that if you're stepping to the counter to buy a D5 license because you need a D5 license, you need to provide this information.
And Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So what I'm hearing from that is, do we really want to collect data on all the private land areas? Is that really necessary? Because the purpose of this motion in the first place was to try to measure the impact on public land of bird dog training, and whether it was really having an impact on the resource, because we don't really have any data to measure that. And I think if we bring the private land element into play, it's going to be a data overload. I mean, I guess we could segregate it.
Well, do you want to do an amendment 5 and change your amendment number 3?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
As a condition of issuance of dog training license, an individual training on public land must identify the number of dogs he or she intends to train and any other information the department deems necessary.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Brooke. Any questions? Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
We kind of started this whole discussion, but I want to go back to that kind of fundamental question that I had, or maybe an understanding that we need to have, is how many of these quote loopholes are being used on public lands. And that's my concern, is right now, if we're using data based on number of dogs being trained, and I just don't know, are 5% bringing their own birds in and not getting a dog training license? Are 10%, 50%? How many of these trailers pulling up with dogs are bringing their own birds? And I understand the birds have to be vetted and approved by the department, but how often is that happening? And if it happens quite a bit, then it's going to skew this data that we're getting that says we've only got this many non-resident dog trainers or resident dog trainers using public grounds. So somehow it'd be nice to get that information of how many people are bringing their own birds and not getting a dog training license.
Could that be added to the question? Oh, I guess they're not getting a license, so they wouldn't be answering the question. But Commissioner Lane.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as far as this Amendment 5, I am just kind of confused, because if we got the information both on public and private, and then just have them delineate where they are training, that to me brings us more information. And because it's not fair if we're worried about their effect on the resource, then we also need to know what's happening on the private ground as well. So to me, I think having this limited just to public lands is just limiting us.
Commissioner Tabor, would you like to speak to that?
I just feel like it's data overload, and where all the observations and feedback has been relative to the concern about the resource, both from a social issue as well as the potential impact on the birds, has been on public land. And so I just want to narrow the study field to that. If based on that, we get some preliminary information and it leads us to believe that maybe the problem's more widespread than we thought, we can always increase the requirement and ask for private land. I kind of look at this as a starting place. Let's get started with something now. And then if we need to make future modifications, in particular, in light of whatever potential legislation may come, because there may be modifications done to the D4 as well. Then we can recalibrate next year after we've done a first cut on the data. So I'm inclined to leave my motion as it is.
Any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Lane, was that you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. All right, so I think, like I said before, everyone out in the public, if you have it up on your screen, this is the motion and these are the amendments that passed. So these, please keep your comments to what is on the table here. So I will start with anyone who is in any of the regional offices. Actually, before I start, let's just take like a 10-minute break, everyone, and then we'll start. What time is it? Okay, we're gonna come back. Let's reconvene at 11:30. That's 10 minutes. So everyone, we'll see you back 11:30. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started again. Just a FYI for everyone, I plan on just pushing through. I don't plan on taking a lunch break if that is okay with everyone. I think we can get through everything without going too late. So I will ask all the regional offices if there is anyone who would like to speak to the upland game bird seasons and regulations. I'll start. Let's see, I can't, if you turn on your, it's a little bit tough for me to see everything with the amendment on the screen. So Commissioner Burrows, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to belabor it, but I've hit on it twice, and I guess I'll hit it on a third time now. This captive birds on public land being part of our data collection gathering to understand the true effects of the dog training, at least on public lands. And maybe we don't have the authority to require a dog training license, but is there any way we can capture that impact? Because that was one of the concerns that I heard from some of the people that called me, where if you bring a handful of captive birds and unleash a trailer full of dogs, you do not need a dog training license. So therefore we could see some pretty significant impacts on public lands and if you called it incidental flushing or training on wild birds, you know, technically I think you could sell that I'm not in requirement of a license because I brought a handful of captive birds with me. And if we can't regulate that or somehow get that data, then I guess we can't. But I would be interested to know what percentage of dog training is happening with captive birds on public lands.
So I guess my question would maybe, Dustin, if you want to take that, the statute, it's all kind of blurring together though. Does the statute break that down between captive and wild, or is that our
the statute's pretty clear. It's the requirement, the authorization to require a license is only if you're training on wild birds. So Commissioner Burrows' point is well taken. I might ask Sergeant Leonard here. You know, our wardens are smart. And I think if someone shows up with 6 Huns and they're running 50 dogs, and they don't have a license, I'd be curious as to how enforcement might look at that. I don't know that that's a blanket pass, but I certainly understand Commissioner Burrows' point. Again, I might ask Sergeant Leonard if he has an opinion there.
So if you look at the statute, Commissioner Burrows, it specifically says not raised in captivity. So it seems like it would have to be a legislative fix for us to have any authority over that.
And Madam Chair, we'll put that on our list of things to bring to the table as it relates to policy proposals for the upcoming session.
Okay. Sergeant Leonard, do you want to speak to that? Did you hear the comments?
Madam Chair, I did hear the comments. During my time as a warden and working in the field for 10 years, I can tell you I haven't ran into this a whole lot, even from working in eastern Montana and transferring to Townsend, where upland game bird hunting is still fairly popular. According to the statute for Director Temple's example, those birds were marked and tagged like they're supposed to be. That's kind of how I would proceed with that contact to determine exactly what's going on, but rely on real life experience. I have much. Most of our wardens, I feel like, would go on a case by case basis for follow up, gathering information, determining birds, where they're purchased, are they marked like they're supposed to be, are they not, to indicate that they could be wild birds. I don't know if this helps a lot, but that's kind of my bet for now.
Commissioner Burrows, do you have any follow-up?
Nope, thank you. I'll drop it. And if the department will pursue that, just possibly looking at a legislative fix too, because to me it seems like if we could get anybody training on, just drop the captive birds or not. But if you're on public lands, just drop that portion of it, the captive portion from the statute. If we could maybe look at getting a legislative fix on that and just require anybody hunting on at public lands, at least public lands, get this dog license. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're going back out for public comment. Lots of discussion. Hopefully the public is clear on what we're looking at. Anyone in any of the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, for the public, make sure you raise your hand so that we know that you want to speak to this issue. And I'll start with Mr. Lucas. You are muted. Mr. Lucas, or okay, whoop, one more time. Try it one more time. There you go.
You good now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, Lukas with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF is pleased to see that FWP listened to Montanans about overcrowding on upland game bird grounds. And we applaud FWP's bifurcated season proposal, but we felt it eliminated too much non-resident opportunity. Chair Robinson's amendment to limit non-residents to private land only would be a step in the right direction. But the chair's amendment was a smart compromise, but it has unintended consequences. And those would be an increase in the concentration of hunter effort on publicly accessible private lands, exacerbating this crowding issue by pushing non-resident hunters from federal public land onto block, for example. We would have asked that Chair Robinson's amendment be amended to include the language on publicly accessible lands to fully address this issue. Not doing so is going to result in us meeting here in 1 year to fix this problem. And I'd say that MWF would be happy to participate in a working group over the next year to address this issue further with a larger stakeholder group. But what we are asking for right now is going to be a part of that solution next year. And we believe it should be taken care of now. Also, regarding bird dog training, MWF proposes that non-resident dog training should occur only on non-publicly accessible private lands. We fail to see the benefit to the public trust or Montana in general by allowing out-of-state dog trainers to chase wild birds on publicly accessible lands. It would have been beneficial for the public to have an opportunity to comment before the commission voted on this, and I fail to see why we did not. But we firmly support closing the non-resident dog training season on public lands and publicly accessible private lands from August 15th to the 31st. But we do believe that opening non-resident dog training on these same lands on September 1st, when the general upland bird season opens, is going to result in significant conflict between non-resident dog trainers and resident hunters. This will completely undermine related efforts to reduce these conflicts. I thank you for your time, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Just to clarify to the public who's commenting, that the First Amendment was not, that it failed. So there is no amendment to move the non-resident to a later start date for the hunting on public lands. So that failed. So our next, Mr. Diebel, if you could go, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ben Diebel, last name spelled D-E-E-B-L-E, and I'm commenting today from Seeley Lake. I'm currently president of the Big Sky Upland Bird Association, a group that's been incorporated in Montana for 30 years, and which usually has about 100 paid members. But we also now have a Facebook page and web page, which includes hundreds of followers, and this might be a useful detail related to my final point. Our board met last December to discuss potential season changes. 2 of our board members are non-residents, and we identified the need to reduce hunter crowding in places like Region 6. which has become so popular with non-residents because of Montana's early season and large bag limits, plus extensive BMA and state land acreage. Our board would be pleased to support the amendments proposed by FWP related to delaying the opener for non-residents to September 15th, plus their delay for non-resident dog training to September 1st. Both these amendments will reduce early season crowding and improve habitat security for growing birds. The third amendment that would have the September 15 non-resident opener apply only to public lands, we can support in a limited way, because while it would reduce crowding on public lands, it would likely make crowding even worse on private lands in block management or open fields or the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program. What North Dakota has done in a similar situation for their pheasant opener is delay non-resident use of their BMAs by 1 week. We should note that one of the upland resources that could easily handle a lot more non-resident use, or be a focus of youth recruitment for that matter, are forest grouse. In particular, rough grouse and blue grouse, which occur across millions of public acres in at least 5 of our regions. Our organization would have no problem with forest grouse remaining open for everybody on September 1st, and would be happy to work with the department and land management agencies in promoting this. My last point, our board would like to offer to Eastern Montana businesses like motels and cafes and potentially outfitters that depend on upland hunters to place reasonable free advertising in our association's newsletter, our website, and our Facebook page, asking Montana's resident hunters to fill those businesses if non-residents are delayed until September 15th. Thank you for letting us share these ideas, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I have Mr. Titus next. So Eric, no, I cannot hear the alarm. I don't know if I can't hear it at all. So if there's a 2-minute time limit on the speaking, and I am not hearing that at all. So
thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Garrett Titus, spelled Titus. I'm commenting on behalf of Big Sky Upland Bird Association, Montana Wildlife Federation, Montana Sportsman Alliance, Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association, Helena Hunters and Anglers, Laurel Rod and Gun Club, Montana Association of Conservation Districts, Daniels County Conservation District, Flathead Wildlife Inc., and Hellgate Hunters and Anglers on these issues. I'd like to echo Mr. Lucas here. It would have been beneficial for the public to have an opportunity to comment before the commission voted on some of these amendments, and I fail to see why we didn't. We firmly support FWP's amendment closing non-resident dog training on public lands and publicly accessible private lands during the late summer period. However, by continuing to keep the status quo on season setting, this will continue to result in significant conflict between non-residents and resident hunters and landowners. We fail to see the benefit to the public by allowing non-resident dog trainers to chase wild birds on publicly accessible lands. While we supported both the chair and FWP's failed amendments to season setting, we believed that one amendment went too far and the other didn't go far enough. FWP's original amendment that stemmed from listening to the public that bifurcated the season opener for non-residents to September 15th eliminated too much non-resident opportunity. While Chair Robinson's failed amendment limited non-residents to private land only would have been a step in the right direction, we believe that the current wording of public land was problematic. Amending this language to public land and publicly accessible private lands would reduce the unintended consequence of focusing and magnifying non-resident pressure solely on block management, open fields, and UJEP lands for the first 15 days of that season. That amended language would help address the main issue of overcrowding pressure and strained landowner-hunter relations. I also want to touch on what Mr. Diebel pointed out in the forest grouse. I think that was an interesting discussion that Commissioner Tabor brought up, and we feel as though that is another way forward with this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if you have already spoken, please take your hand down so that I can see who is left. Okay, there does not have a name, just says iPhone 7 on it. Okay. Whoever has called in, and all it says is iPhone 7. You have your hand raised. You are muted there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Yes.
Okay. Hi. This is Brandon Bodecker. I'm an outfitter, a bird hunting outfitter. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm just trying to comment. I've been an upland bird hunting outfitter for 30 years. And done a lot. I think you guys are heading in the right direction, but I'm just curious, like with the dog training stuff, like how does that stop? If you stop dog trainers from coming September 1st, won't they still be there training dogs when everybody's trying to hunt? That's a question.
Do you have any other comments?
Yeah, no, I do. No, I think sorry, got lost there. No, I just think dog trainers coming into Montana, what do they bring into the equation? And then if you cut them out to September 1st, if they're allowed to come in September 1st, then aren't they still training dogs on public land?
Okay. You have a 2-minute time limit for your comments. So if you have other comments.
Okay. That's my question. Yeah. And I just think that the time frame and the study is not long enough in order to figure out how we do this. Like how we restrict, non-residents and how we restrict residents this isn't going to be how we do it. So appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Okay, I do. Mr. Farron, and you are, okay, go ahead, you're unmuted.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Farron, Farron, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. As you've heard today and in the written comments submitted online, there's certainly some strong opinions on both sides of these bird hunting and bird dog training issues, with no shortage of anecdotal observations and social and economical preferences to share and consider. Wherever we land on this today, we simply ask that the commission and the department recognize that, similar to what Vice Tabor pointed out earlier, better data, including better data collection methods, dare I say mandatory reporting, are needed to effectively analyze these issues and craft future regulations in ways that put the resource first, provide equitable opportunity, and ensure that our wild upland bird hunting heritage continues. Finally, to further complicate Commissioner Burrow's point about the current loophole and all this, the ability to train at will and without a license on captive non-wild birds and how incidental take could be problematic and borderline unenforceable there. A question we have is, how are the pen-raised birds from the prison categorized? They're certainly not wild. So in the wildlife management areas where they were released, can hunters train bird dogs there on these birds or in these areas without licenses, claiming that they're chasing these captive birds released by the department? It's certainly a question worth considering. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Double checking with the regional offices, make sure there's nobody there. Speak up, I guess, if I'm missing you, because I can't see everybody. Okay. Excuse me. Is there nope. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commissioners before we go to a vote?
Madam Chair, I just want to make a comment. first of all, I really appreciate the level of effort that all these different organizations, groups, and I think it, Director Temple accomplished exactly what I think the department wanted, and that is to get the dialogue going, get it moved, and get some visibility on this issue. If we've learned anything through this last couple of hours, is the level of complexity of this topic, and that we're really not equipped to try to solve it 100% today, but we can make a start. And so my vote in support of this is to get it started, but then we all have an obligation to continue to work hard to make this thing get all the way through the system. So I hope everybody realizes that nobody's ignoring this issue, and we all recognize there's stuff to be done. We just want to make sure when we do come up with solutions that they really are the right ones, and we don't have a whole series of unintended consequences, because that would be irresponsible on our part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. All right, motion carried. Now we're going to move into black bear seasons and regulations. Mr. Wakeling, we still got you here?
Yes, you do.
All right.
Okay. So, moving on to black bears. As I mentioned with the sage grouse, let me try that again. As I mentioned with the upland game birds, this was part of our biennial season setting. We went through the activities and the actions that I described earlier, public meetings, public input, 34 public meetings, and then concluding with the question and answers going into the November period. This was originally scheduled to be part of the season that was going to be addressed in December. We also had some questions and comments that kind of came along with this, and as a result, this was pulled, and we decided to present it at this point. But just some of the high points of what the department is recommending. We are recommending an extension of the spring black bear season in the bear management units in 140, 141, 150, and 170. We're recommending all of those would go to June 15th. We're also recommending a change to that portion as basically an expansion of the area where hound hunting would be prohibited. And that's because of a change to the grizzly bear occupied range. Essentially what this does is it expands it a little bit further south in Region 2. There's some specific language that's provided for the Commission's consideration. The other aspect of our recommendation is that we've got the pilot program that's been ongoing. That pilot program eliminated the physical inspection of bears within Region 1. What we had was a mandatory submission of a premolar. That's an important distinction because there is an amendment that one of the commissioners has offered. It talks about a molar. It's actually a premolar. It's not one of the big teeth. It's a very small tooth. Sometimes in the extraction process, even when we're doing it, we'll have the root breaks off. And when that happens, we're unable to distinguish exactly the age of the bear. And so as part of that pilot program, what we've asked is that we expand that and make it mandatory to submit 2 premolars. Bears routinely have at least 4, sometimes more premolars than that. And it's not difficult to pull them out if one knows how, and we've got some information available to do that. I did also want to touch real briefly on some of the work we have ongoing on bears. We have it's similar to what we've been doing with our lion monitoring. And essentially, we've broken up the state into ecoregions. Rather than just 4, we're up to 5 with bears. And we just completed our first year of doing this. The other thing that differs in the bears versus the mountain lion approach, we're able to use what's known as hair snags, which is basically it's an attractant that's surrounded by a single strand of barbed wire, and then you get a hair snag on that barbed wire. We can take that hair snag and use genetic approaches to help us identify individuals. We can look at things as even including the range that bears may move, but we've also gives us a population estimate. We're also using GPS collaring. As of this past December, we've up to 30 bears that have been captured and tagged. We're continuing to monitor those, and we've had a few. 10% of those collars will fail. We've had a few, probably about 5 of the bears that have died as a result of natural causes or being struck by a vehicle. So anyway, we're able to kind of keep track of things, get some additional information. The genetic results we'll get back in July of this year. Then we'll incorporate that with the spatial recapture modeling that we do for our mountain lions as well. And so we'll start to begin our first year of data collection and first analysis expected by December of this current year. So we're gaining some additional insight on bear populations. We only have to spend a single year in each ecoregion, and so we'll be cycling through those, and we'll get some additional information on that. So just wanted to share that with the commission. There are any number of amendments that have been offered, and I'm certainly willing to speak to those if the commission has questions, would like elaboration on the department's position on any of them.
Okay. Any questions for Brian? Oh,
yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam Chair. I'm trying to find out or figure out why the 9-mile watershed south of I-90 is being removed from the hound hunting prohibition.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, I think that's a misconception. We've actually expanded it. We haven't reduced it. So what we've eliminated was that description. And what that does is it extends that closure further south. So we're not opening the area. We're actually expanding the closed area.
I'm not sure the public understood that based on the comments.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, that may be true. The map that we will provide does illustrate, that closed area.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Siebel has his hand up. We'll go with him first.
Madam Chair, Brian, one of the amendments that I proposed, the department recommended that, and this is for the season extension, that there would be that we'd shut the season down after if the ratio of harvest of females to males exceeded 37% female bears in that bear management unit. And I was curious, you and I had a conversation about this. Can you explain why 37%, and is it specifically 37? Is it 40? And just kind of where that number came from, because that will become relevant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. Excellent question. So what we have learned over time, and this is based off of research that's been conducted not just elsewhere, but also included in some of the research that we've worked with here. And so what we find is that bears, based on the age and the sex of a bear, they have different vulnerabilities depending upon the level of harvest that population is undergoing. And so because adult males tend to come out from dens earlier and stay out of dens later, because their movements are across a larger landscape, they cover more land. As a consequence of those behaviors, they are more vulnerable than any other age and sex class. Excuse me. Subadult females, on the other hand, they have very small home ranges. They don't move around an awful lot. They tend to be among the latest to go come out and the first to go into dens, and so their vulnerability is very low, relatively speaking. So what we've learned is, as you start to harvest a population, as you start to harvest it more aggressively, we start to see younger bears, and we start to see more female bears in the harvest as we measure that. And that's, part of the data that we're collecting off of the, the tooth and and when they call it in, they have to report that. And so the magic number is about 40%, but we've also learned that about 3% of hunters will misidentify the sex. And so the magic number we arrived at here is that 37%. When we achieve 37% when the females comprise 37% of the harvest, we would expect that we are at a point where that population is probably in decline. Sometimes that's consistent with the management objective, and when it is, that's the appropriate thing. We hope that we look for that. On the other hand, if we're trying to maintain stable populations, that would be the trigger that we would use to indicate that we're getting close to having that population start to decline.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make sure what Mr. Wakeling said earlier didn't get lost, because I fielded a lot of the calls from the residents in that 9 Mile area, and just making sure everybody understands that 9 Mile area is included in that description of portion 200, but it was basically a redundant description, and that's why it was taken out, because I had some of the same concerns, and the Region 2 folks did a good job of explaining that was basically just a redundant description. And after talking with those residents in the 9 Mile, I think they were satisfied with that answer. So it was kind of confusing just reading it on its face, but when you got the details of that, I think it made it a lot clearer that 9 Mile watershed was included in the prohibition on hound hunting. One thing I'd maybe like to consider, and we might need the Region 2 folks to weigh in, is on that, in the description of the portion of 200. If you're familiar with that portion of 200 on basically the west side of the Missoula County line, if we use the county line to break that prohibition, it's a real arbitrary line. It goes through drainages and it doesn't really follow anything that would be really clear on the prohibition. And I talked to some of the bear hunters in that area, and the Graves Creek Road is close to that boundary. It would limit the prohibition a little bit, but it would give a real clear line, a physical line there on that Graves Creek Road that would make it very clear that the prohibition is on this side, because it almost follows that county line, but it's a little further east. But that way there wouldn't be an ambiguity that, when you hunt off the the west side of Graves Creek, you have to go in a little ways and then you can hound hunt. So it just seems like, from an enforcement, from a clarity for sportsmen in that area, using that Graves Creek Road would just give a really clear line. It changes the line a little bit, but I guess it would make a lot of sense to use that as the description for the prohibition.
Brian, do you have any comments?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, the only question I have, did you say the Graves Creek Road is a little east of the county line?
That's correct. So the Graves Creek Road would, encroach just slightly on that occupied grizzly bear map. You know, I don't know how, I can't imagine that the county line is the exact line that grizzly bears do and don't occupy. But yes, the Graves Creek Road is just slightly east of the what's on the current grizzly bear occupied map. But again, it's an arbitrary county surveyed line that goes over ridges and drainages versus the Graves Creek Road, which would be a clear line that somebody could drive up knowing if you can hound hunt on the west side of this road and you cannot on the east side of the road. And it just slightly shifts that map.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, the only challenge that we have is you'll have to rely upon us to accurately capture that description. We don't have the exact wording to present before the commission today. And so we can look at that and make that. And the other challenge is that the legal descriptions for the bear management units have already gone to press. So there will be some inconsistencies there, but that's not uncommon.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I do actually have a description for consideration if you'd like, and it would basically.
So that would be an amendment, and you're going to be like 3 down. I'm going in order of the amendment, so yeah. Commissioner Siebel.
Oh, Madam Chair, if you would entertain the main motion.
Yes, please.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve changes identified in the black bear regulation mock-up to include opportunities, season dates, quotas, and quota ranges as presented by the department and all other black bear regulations contained in the 2023 regulations, except for those affected by regular calendar rotations, unless addressed in some other proposal to be adopted for the 2024 and 2025 black bear hunting seasons and districts.
Is there a second?
Second, Tabor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's just go ahead. Brian, do you want to do your first amendment?
I do, Madam Chair. I am going to, just to confuse Sarah a little bit, I am going to change my amendments or not include all of the amendments. These kind of, based on public comment and more thought process over time. And so I'll start with my first one. And my first proposed amendment is I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendments to the proposed 2024 and 2025 black bear regulations.
Okay,
And
hold on. Why don't you let her pull it up first, maybe? Are you ready, Sarah?
No, let me do it in the background and then I'll get it up. So you don't have to watch me typing.
Okay. It's close. I'm just actually just going to leave off some parts so it'll be easier. And so my first amendment is, and I know we'll do these once in order, is to set a statewide spring hunting closure of June 15th in all bear management units subject to the following conditions. The first is that any bear management unit that currently has a quota or subquota would retain it. And second, for any bear management unit without a quota, that bear management unit would close with regular public notice after May 31st if the cumulative spring harvest to that point exceeds 37% female bears.
Okay, so you're just taking out the second bullet point.
Second, Tabor.
Is that it, or do you have more?
That's the First Amendment, Madam Chair, and I've got 2 more. Would you like to discuss that one first?
Okay, because the way it was released out to the public is you have 1, 2, 3 as part of one amendment.
Okay, so
are you going to do them separate ones?
I can do them either way, any way you like. There's 3 total. The creation of the new units, the third, and then 2 out of the 3 here are the first 2. Would you like me to continue on?
Okay, I don't know if I have what you're talking about then. Okay.
I'm actually looking at what was posted as far as my amendment and then my submitted amendment and the department comments.
Okay, so what I'm looking at is it says your proposed amendment, but it has 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
And what you just talked about was just number 1 minus the second bullet point.
Correct.
In the fourth bullet point.
In the fourth bullet point. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so
and I'm sorry, I apologize. I missed that fourth bullet point, so I should probably amend that. Just to be clear. I don't know that, I thought that was redundant, but yeah. So I can go either way. These are kind of separate amendments because they're separate topics. So if you want to take them as individual amendments and vote on them, or if you want to take them as a group and vote on them as a group, it's your call, Madam Chair.
okay, we can do them separately. That's not how they were put out to the public, but we can do them separately. Okay, so Commissioner Tabor. So what about the fourth bullet point? Is that supposed to be in there or not supposed to be in there?
Madam Chair, I found that since we're talking about setting statewide all bear management units to June 15th, that I thought that actually that addition was redundant to say that anyone that currently has June 15th would remain unchanged. Well, excuse me, no, that could, I apologize for that. Because that third bullet point with the quotas with the 37% SAL, I guess some of this was department recommendations. I guess I'd ask the department, are there June 15th closures now that the department would recommend would not be subject to the 37% SAL ratio?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, that is correct. We do have some seasons right now that run to June 15th that we do not have a SAL quota on. And so we would, to leave this bullet in, would leave those unchanged.
Okay. So Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my original motion.
Okay.
Agreed. And yes, so I'd like to add the fourth, that any bear management unit that currently has a June 15 close would remain unchanged.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Siebel, I'm just curious what the genesis of this is. Is your objective to create more opportunity for hunting, or is there a need to reduce the population of black bears?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, yes, absolutely. I think this was brought to my attention that there are several areas, even areas with quotas that don't meet the quotas throughout the year. And in addition to that, especially with the protections of the SAL quota in these areas that generally are usually closed on June 1st, that this would increase hunter opportunities, potentially give hunters opportunities to get bears in backcountry areas that would mainly be inaccessible until this part of the season.
So more focused on opportunity and less on biological basis for reducing population.
Correct, because as I understand the state's bear management plan right now is and Mr. Wakeland can correct me, is really sustaining population. And so, yeah, and that was the intent of having the addition of the protection of the SAL ratio in this additional 15 days a season.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooke.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For Region 3, this doesn't make a lot of sense for Region 3 because we already bump up against the 37%. We don't have a bear quota, so we're already bumping up against the 37% female harvest by May 31st every year. That's according to the biologists from the region. But also, they have been conducting a black bear hunting harvest report with 10 years of data that is it's supposed to be done here in the next month or so. And it doesn't make sense to me that we would make a decision that includes Region 3 without this data. So I'm just curious why Region 3 when we're already up against every year on the 31st of May, we're up against the 37% SAL. So, I mean, and I'm not hearing from a lot of people in the public we need extra time in the backcountry to get in. We had one bad year, but for the most part, the hunters I'm talking to are able to get in and get their bears in Region 3 with no problem.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, I guess the good part about the way this is written is that if you're at the 37% at the end of the season, then that would automatically close. So it wouldn't result in any additional harvest if you're already there. If you're not, if there's some additional room, there could be some additional harvest. And so there's a chance there could be additional harvest, but if you're already at the quota as of May 31st, then the season would not be extended in that bear management unit. So it's meant to protect that when we're already at that ratio.
Follow-up
If
question,
it's
Madam
already
Chair.
June 1st close.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to jump ahead, but you also have an amendment to not have the bears brought in to have anybody look at them. And so you're just relying on hunters to tell you whether or not they've harvested a female. So when you come back to this one and you say we're going to be sending in teeth on this, and then how are we going to know that we're up against the 37% part of the harvest if we're just sending in teeth and in the future? Because right now we're already at that. So why do we need to change it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, that is a separate amendment we can discuss, but in general, I have a lot of faith in the honesty of hunters. I know that there's always bad actors, but I think, hunters, except for the 3% that misidentify sex, I think hunters are honest and generally are going to report correctly on their harvest.
Well, I don't think a statewide season date on this is really necessary. From the people that I heard from is from the public comment that there isn't a big push to have an extra season. So I'm going to be opposing this amendment.
Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, so maybe to address just what Commissioner Brooks said. So, and this really ties into exactly what happened in the conversation last time in almost all of our situations. When we have these variable seasons, where some is June 15th, some is May 31st, what winds up happening is if an area closes, then they go to another area, and it's creating more and more pressure on areas that are open on June 15th. If we're uniform across the state, then everybody has equal opportunity to hunt where they want to hunt. In the areas that we're concerned that we're going to go past any kind of quota or trying to manage the species, we have the stopgap measure of the subquota. And even though it's going to be in a future amendment, recognize that once a bear is harvested, now it's on the ground. And when it's on the ground, identifying a bear, whether it's male or female, is not hard. The hard part is identifying it when you're hunting. And sometimes hunters make mistakes and shoot a sow when they think they're shooting a boar because they don't see any cubs. But once the bear is on the ground, you're marking the envelope male or female. So the 3%, as it was explained to both by Brian Wakeling and Quentin Kujala to me, is there is a belief that sometimes people aren't quite honest when they report. And so this is a fudge factor, because some people are worried that maybe they'll get cited or maybe they'll have their bear taken away from them because they're reporting that they, harvested a female bear when in fact, or a male bear when in fact they did a female bear. And I think I'm with Mr. Wakeling. I don't want to presuppose that our hunters in Montana and the people that hunt are dishonest and that they're going to report information fraudulently. That's against the law. There will always be a portion of society that breaks the law, but the vast majority of our Montanans are not lawbreakers. And I don't personally, I'm a little offended by trying to factor in a fudge factor for the people that are going to lie. I don't think people lie in general. I think sportsmen are honest. So the June 15th enables us to be equal across the board throughout the state. That will distribute hunters fairly everywhere they need to want to go. And having hunted and guided bears for many, many years, every location, I don't care whether in Region 3, Region 1, Region 2, there are times of the year based on weather patterns and all that you don't actually really get the opportunity to get after the bears, because the green up process and everything that's happening during the spring season, you're hitting the timing wrong. And so the season can close before you really had the right conditions to harvest a bear. And then we don't harvest as many bears consistently.
yes, we have a bear management plan that gets us to a stable population, and that's important. But there's also a lot of people, and I get a lot of this, especially in regions 1 and 2, and I think portions of region 3. So I'm not quite sure who you're hearing from, because I hear from region 3, especially the outfitting public and everything else, that black bears, in fact, do have an impact, in particular during the spring, because black bears have been associated with the number one factor on calving for elk calves. The black bears probably have more of an impact on elk calves than any of the other predator species. So for all those reasons, collectively, we have a uniform date. It's not confusing as to where you can go. You can check in to figure out whether or not you have to not go to an area because they've reached a quota. And that's true of all species across the boards. We always had to do that. It just makes it a much more consistent, easily managed system in this way. And that's why I really support Commissioner Siebel's amendment.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Robinson. Let me just lower my hand here. A question for Mr. Wakeling, and that is share with us the reason this wasn't part of the original proposal and what the biological staff, the bear biologists, are saying in, region 4, 3, 2, 5. Is it your perspective that this proposed amendment would have support from the bear biologists?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, so there's an awful lot of input that we consider as we're developing a proposal. And we will routinely, when we get an amendment, we will share that with our regions and try to get a group of biologists to provide us with our feedback on that. And we incorporate that into our analysis. But right now, if you were to ask any of the managers within any of the regions, my belief is that they would tell you that our recommendation is consistent with what you see in our response before you.
Without the amendment?
Our original proposal is what the department recommended, but the responses that we've provided to the commission on the amendments would also be supported by the managers.
But this, to be clear, one follow-up, to be clear, this amendment was not proposed by the department.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, that is correct.
Thank you.
But Commissioner Walsh, did you read the department's response, I guess, to the amendments?
I did.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, hold on. Commissioner Brooke, did you have another question?
I do have another question for Mr. Wakeling. Are you anticipating that there's going to be data in the Region 3 black bear hunting harvest report that would be beneficial to us in making this decision? Or do you already know what's in it?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, there's an awful lot of ongoing research, an awful lot of ongoing data collection. I've mentioned the eco-regional data that we're collecting, and that's going to rotate around the state in addition to this data that Region 3 is collecting specifically. Every year that we come to the commission, we're going to consider the data that we have before us, and we may amend our recommendations that we provided this year. Next year, we may have a different one. We're going to monitor the effects of any of the changes that we make, and we rarely deviate dramatically from a population trajectory in one year that we can't correct in the next year. And so we would incorporate whatever we learn from Region 3 and any of these other eco-regions at the same time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tabor?
Yeah, kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Walsh, I think, is asking, and I believe this is unprecedented. I got a couple of questions that said, why is the department posting information that is in refute to the department's response to Commissioner Seabold's remarks. And I was like, what are you talking about? And it wound up that I apparently Region 4 did post some data, and I don't know, there's probably been some activity from some of the other regions reaching out to their commissioners and saying, we don't really agree with this. And so I'm going to remind you of a comment I made 2 years ago when this came up before. How many departments are there? Because as far as I'm concerned, when the wildlife managers come together as a group and you guys make a decision, especially on something such as this amendment, there's one department position. Now, I recognize that some people have different philosophies and belief systems, but at the end, it's one decision by one department, not multiple departments. And so I'm a little troubled by the fact that if the regions don't like the answer that both the commissioners come up with and the department has as the official response, that they kind of work behind the scenes and try to undo that. That's bothersome to me. I pointed that out to the director last time this happened. You know, the then director didn't like it any more than I think some of us commissioners that watched that happen. And so, you know, Mr. Wakeling, I want to again emphasize what was asked of you by the chair. I'm reading it right here. The department does not anticipate any adverse effects to the black bear population as a result of this amendment. The department may present recommended changes to quotas for the commission's consideration in subsequent years. That is the official department's position, is it not?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tabor, that is the department's position.
Thank you.
I might just simply add that as we're formulating a recommendation, we solicit a wide variety of perspectives, and we want our biologists, our bear specialists, and our managers to speak open and freely with us. As with any business, you want your staff to be able to openly and share with you. But once the department formulates a recommendation, that is the department's recommendation. And I believe what I said earlier. If you were to contact any of our managers, they would tell you that what's written here is the department's response.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I find that kind of an irritating response from Commissioner Tabor. I have personally had no contact with the Region 4 office on this specific topic. I did read the memo that was forwarded to all of us, but leave it at that. I would add that there are 7 commissioners for a reason, and we interpret public comment differently, and we hear different things in our region than maybe you do. And so from the same standpoint that there's one department, but there are 7 of us, and we may have different points of view.
Commissioner or Madam Chair and Commissioner Walsh, I did not whatsoever want to imply that you're doing anything else. I see a pattern here that happens.
There's no pattern.
I'm just calling that out, and I'm not calling your involvement in it whatsoever. And so if I implied that for either you or Commissioner Brooke, I apologize.
Commissioner Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to comment that I feel like as a Region 3 commissioner, I should be able to ask the biologists, whether they're fish biologists or wildlife biologists, questions and get answers about Region 3 that may or may not, that form my opinion, that may or may not agree with the department's taken position. And I feel like I need to be able to go to these people and have them give me their professional opinion, even if the department has taken an official position. I should be able to get information from them in order to make a decision that's best for Region 3, or at least to articulate that in these meetings and not be shut out because the department has made a decision on an amendment by another commissioner on my region. So that's just a comment.
Any further comments or questions on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I just want to echo some of the things that have been said about the rationale for this amendment. And I do support the amendment, at least in Region 2, if the other regions have an issue with it. But there are those areas that are different depending on the time. And I think it's a good stopgap there at the 37%, but allowing access into those areas that we may not be able to get to because of weather or whatever reasons. We still have the quotas. We have that 37%, again, stopgap there on female bears. So at least from Region 2, I would support the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooke, your hand is still raised.
No, yeah, sorry. Take that down.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right. I think we probably better do a hand raise for this. I'm going to go to a vote on this amendment. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Okay, we have Commissioner Siebel, Commissioner Tabor, Commissioner Burrows, and Commissioner Lane in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, Commissioner Walsh and Commissioner Brooke. So motion carries. Okay. Commissioner Siebel, do you want to go with your second?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just reading what Sarah's putting up on the screen here.
Okay.
Yes.
So just hold on. Sarah, like the second amendment is going to be that number 2, right? Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
Madam Chair. I didn't understand that. So
Okay,
you need
so instead of doing that all of 1, 2, 3 in an amendment, he's doing those separately. So his actual second amendment will be where number 2 is.
got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2024 and 2025 black bear regulations. And I better quit reading what Sarah's doing because it's moving around. And I propose that we expand the Region 1 pilot that allowed hunters to submit extracted teeth instead of having to present head and carcass, and expand that pilot program to bear BMUs in regions 2, 3, and 4. And in these areas require that each hunter submit 2 premolars instead of 1. And also successful hunters in those regions would be required to report their harvest within 48 hours to the harvest report line as currently required in Region 1 under the pilot.
Okay, so Sarah just need to put pre before molars. Yeah.
I heard that loud and clear today. And
Is
and
there
then
a second?
move 3 down, Sarah. 3 is not part of it.
Okay, is there a second to amendment 2?
I will second it, Tabor.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just real brief, the concept here, this came up, it was actually department recommendations, I recall a couple, maybe 2 years ago to do this, and there was some pushback regionally, concern about getting samples and quality of samples. And so what this motion does, we decided at that time to try a pilot in an area with very high harvest rates. And what this does is expand that, as I understand that the data, especially because the number of bears harvested, the quality of data was good. The addition of the second premolar should really help and even improve that data more as far as the quality of the teeth. And this really is just all about trying to take the burden off of both the hunters and off the department to have to get together in areas that have higher bear harvest. And I will also point out that this doesn't preclude a hunter from going and if they don't want to do their own premolar extraction, it would not preclude them from going to the department getting that done. It just eliminates the requirement to present that in those BMUs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the successes of the pilot program in Region 1, but I have not heard from, and in my discussions with the department to make sure that they had capacity to check these bears. So there's a few points in Region 2 that I want to make. First is we're getting some very valuable data from those physical checks in Region 2 on those black bears that I don't think we're going to get the same beneficial data if we have molars submitted. 2, I think that from my discussions in Region 2, I think we have the capacity there of staff to check those bears. And so that's not an issue. And third, and I guess most important, is I haven't heard from one hunter that they've been delayed or that the department hasn't been very responsive in Region 2 to check those bears. So I'm not supportive of, at this point, extending the pilot study into Region 2.
Commissioner Tabor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So originally, when the department had proposed this 2 years ago statewide, it came out of a wider conversation with regards to effectively what was a customer service issue. And I've talked with people all across the state in multiple regions. And when you have that magic point where you need to check in the bear, a lot of times it doesn't fall in the regular business hours where there's somebody at the regional office. So then at that point, you have a lot of pressure with regards to try to track some people down. The number of instances when there wasn't enough adequate staff in terms of the biologist and whatever, there's oftentimes where receptionists or clerical people would come out and actually extract the tooth. And so at the end of the day, one of the issues that I think is worthy of conversing with the commissioners on is this a data collection methodology, or is this an enforcement issue? Because I've heard on a couple occasions, especially when this first came up, that some of the regions were concerned that we're losing the enforcement element to this to ensure that it's a female and any other enforcement issues they're concerned about. But that's never really the reason why this was done in the first place. The reason this was done in the first place is it's part and parcel really critical to the collection of data for the population abundance system estimation system that we have. Because Region 1 has had really good success with it, especially after the suggestion that they go to 2 teeth to shore up any errors that might have been made, I don't understand why it wouldn't be just as easy for everyone else. And I think Commissioner Siebel put it out, to the extent that folks would prefer to do this and have that conversation with the biologist and everything else. I think that's great, but it gives the option to the hunter. And for those hunters or outfitters or anyone else that is doing this, giving them the option to do it in a fashion that's best for them feels like a really good customer service move. And I think that's why the department was pursuing this in the first place. So I'm a little confused as to why it can work so effectively in the area where we have the most bears and why it wouldn't work. I was compelled, as I think Commissioner Siebel, that in regions 5, 6, and 7, there's such a small population size that we can't really afford to take the risk of making mistakes because of the low number of bears harvested. But all the rest of the regions, there's enough harvest out of bears where even if there are some mistakes, we're still going to get viable data out of doing it. So that's why I'm going to support it.
Commissioner Brooke.
I too would like to express my opposition to having Region 3 included in this. I've talked to the staff at the regional office as well as hunters, and it doesn't seem to be an issue to have them look at the bears. They enjoy the conversation. They are able to look at the bear. The hunter and the staff are talking. A lot of times the biologists. I did have one call this year when a hunter, out-of-state hunter, was trying to get on his flight the next morning and wasn't able to get the bear looked at, but one of the wardens stepped in, and I've talked to the wardens and they don't seem to mind it either. So I feel like we should wait until we get some of the bear harvest data back and maybe keep Region 3 out of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not necessarily in disagreement with this amendment. The only thing I heard an interesting comment from an individual that this is a great opportunity for the FWP to put their best foot forward as far as just having FaceTime with all of the hunters when they do go to collect the data. I realize it's not a necessity, but I think it is an opportunity for us to do some PR there with the hunters. And so I hate to see that go away, but I also understand that from what I've understood, it's easy to collect the teeth and to be able to report it that way. But so even though, like I said, I'm not against this amendment, I do think that this is a great opportunity though for in-person contact. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I guess, Brian, if you would maybe just speak to the data that possibly would not be gathered, I guess, if there were just teeth that were brought in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to. While hunters, I think by and large are honest individuals. You'll always find someone who isn't. The commissioners have accurately identified that our primary goal in this is to collect biological data, and so the kind of biological data that we can collect while we're doing this, specifically looking at the animal itself. If you've got an opportunity to look at body condition, if an animal's in poor condition, you may want to perhaps look a little further. Maybe there's a disease issue. You can inspect to get a good idea of relative age of the animal just by a quick look. Whereas if you're pulling teeth and waiting for the age to come back, it's months away. You've got the ability to look at a whole host of things that include lactation or anything of that nature. But the risk of errors when you're handling large numbers of bears, and when I say large numbers of bears, regions of 5, 6, and 7 tend to handle 150 or far fewer. You start to get out 6 and 7, it's single digits at times, versus the regions that handle over a couple of hundred bears. The margin of error or inaccurate assessments. I mean, typically, if something is hugely awry, if someone sees something from a health standpoint on a bear, they'll often contact us anyways. While there's a lot of the benefits of meeting with hunters and talking to the hunters, sometimes they can share other experiences, other things that they've seen. Those are the kinds of almost intangibles that go along with the tangibles with the health of the bear, and verifying that what we're seeing is real. But the customer service is also something that's very important to us. Why we recommended rather than doing this statewide, there are places where we think we can provide that kind of more of a relaxed reporting opportunity for the hunters. They still have to call within 48 hours. That's something that, statewide. So we're still getting that data. We're still getting up-to-date information on the harvest. So that's kind of the trade-off.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. For the vote on this one, I would like you to raise your hands, please. So all in favor of amendment number 2, please raise your hands. Okay. We have Commissioner Siebel, Commissioner Tabor, and Commissioner Lane in favor. All those opposed? Okay, Commissioner Brook, Commissioner Walsh, and Commissioner Burrows. I am going to oppose this, and I think that some more communication and work needs to be done on this before we come back forward with this. So motion has failed. Okay, Commissioner Siebel, do you want to go with your number 3, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I'll hold off on Amendment 3 because it becomes kind of moot if Amendment 4 passes. Amendment 4 came along a few weeks after Amendment 3. So I'll make the motion then. If it's all right with you, I'll give my rationale.
Sure, please.
Okay. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2024 and 2025 black bear regulations and establish a new bear management unit within the boundary of the current BMU 520 that encompasses, and this is essentially going to get into the to the description, that encompasses Deer Elk Hunting District 565 and the western section of Hunting District 525 along the U.S. Forest Service boundary, as shown in the map provided with the original amendment. And the proposed BMU would have the following rules. It would have the amendment would be, we would adjust the female quota for BMU 520 to be 9 in the spring and 7 in the fall, which when harvested would close the season to black bear hunting, and establish a female quota in the new bear management unit 530 as 3 in the spring and 3 in the fall, which when harvested would close the season to black bear hunting.
I second Tabor.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just in a point of clarity to the department and to Sarah, that my original motion or my original proposal to split this off had the Forest Service boundary, which I know gets a little rugged or a little difficult in places as the boundary, and I want to maintain that as my motion and not adopt the wilderness boundary, which I believe was actually in the department description. So I just want to make that clear and how we do that.
Okay, so yeah. What's on here, what Sarah has on here, how close is that to what you just said?
That's what's on here is what I put in the original motion. The department in the response that I'm looking at to the original motion actually put a description in.
Okay.
And they pulled it from the U.S. Forest Service up to back to the wilderness boundary. And that actually kind of defeats part of the purpose of creating this. So I'd like to adapt their description, except use the main Forest Service boundary and not the wilderness boundary it's pretty much the northeast boundary. And I apologize, this is totally unclear for there's language that's sitting out there on the website that I could read, but I don't want to read the whole thing.
How does it need to be worded here though for Sarah?
Wait, Madam Chair, if I might, we have Amendment 4 on the table right now. So maybe we should do Amendment 4 and then come back and fix Amendment 1. And in the meantime, I'll try to pull that language.
This is for Amendment 4.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right. I'll go see. I'll go.
This is just defining what the boundaries are of the new BMU 530 is what we're talking about, which is Amendment 4.
I'll go try and pull it.
Okay, great. And so this is just a couple of things for clarification. 520 is the face of the Beartooth. It's a very large, geographically diverse area, and this area has a sow quota on it of 12 bears in the spring. And actually, geez, I'm gonna have to amend my motion here in just a second. But this has a sow quota of 12 bears in the spring. That quota is met extremely early. It usually is met within a few weeks. It's been very predictable. And so this bear management unit 520 closes typically very early in May. And what happens is it doesn't give opportunity for hunting up and especially up in the higher regions of the Beartooth. So because most of the quota tends to be filled in the lower lands and obviously is filled with sows. So the idea here is to create a new bear management area that's comprised of the upper Boulder, main Boulder, and the west Boulder, and both good areas for bear, also good, big calving areas later on for elk. And the idea is to have this, and the important part that I missed in my motion, which I will amend in a second, is that we would have a May 25th opener for this. So instead, the idea here is to give access to bears in an area that typically closes in early May, to have an area that we can access later in the season because of the start date, and it would go from May 25th to June 15th. Because of the concern about bear population and to recognize that and respect that from the department, we took and based on the department's recommendations, we took the 12 bear sow quota from 520 and split it now with 9 in the spring in 520 and 3 in the spring in this new bear management unit. So that's the basis for forming this. And The good thing about this, as Mr. Wakeman pointed out, is if we'll see what the impacts are. Hopefully this will result in harvest in areas that don't typically have harvest in them, and this is the mountainous areas. And so the good part about this is if there's any unintended consequences or effects, it's very easy to reincorporate this back into BMU 520 in the future. So, but with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my amendment already to add the last bullet point that I believe Sarah had up there, and I'll amend it now that this the BMU, the new BMU 530 would have a spring season opener of May 25th with a close date once the female quota is reached of June 5th, which the female quota is reached, or June 15th, whichever is earlier. I apologize for leaving that out.
So I wanna make sure that Sarah can get that up there with all the proper wording. Are there any comments, I guess, while Sarah's working on that?
I was just going to say that I accept that amendment by,
Yep.
I was the second.
You.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I need a minute here.
Sure.
I don't know if you want to take a break. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Yep. Well, let's see, what time is it?
Sarah, would it be helpful for me to email you?
Yes.
That would be great. Yes, thank you.
Okay. We're gonna it's 12:52, 1 o'clock. We will come back at 1 o'clock.
So, Madam Chair, just to let you know, I have to leave. I'm catching a flight. I didn't want to miss it, but I have to go now. So,
Okay, sounds
good luck,
good.
everybody.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
are we going to take a lunch break today?
Well, I was hoping we were gonna be able to push through, but we may take a short lunch break after we're done with the bear.
Madam Chair, I have a hard stop at 2 as well. It was a meeting I could not avoid, so I apologize.
So I don't think we're gonna be able to take a lunch break. We're gonna lose too many people.
Okay.
So
I think we're in for a lengthy public comment on this stuff, but
well, you have 8 minutes to go grab a snack. So
no, I'm good.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask you, it might make most sense. I sent some stuff to Sarah, but I think just to make sure that it's correct, again, this is all about the boundary and the description. I think we should just consider the amendment with the way I described it, which is the one elk hunting district and then the portion of the other with the boundary being the Forest Service, and then let the department work out the details of that based on that motion.
Okay, she got it. So we
You don't want to see the line. I mean, it's a half a page of description here, so. If you're agreeable to that.
Well, we need to pull it up and then Commissioner Tabor needs to agree once he's back on.
I don't think he's coming back yet. He'll catch
Oh
the
yeah.
plane.
Oh, that's an
Well,
interesting.
I'm not saying we amend it. I'm just saying
Okay.
that we don't worry about trying to get this entire description and we just describe it and
Okay.
let the department.
Oh, sure. Okay. Okay. So you emailed it to her, Commissioner Siebel, or she already had it?
I just emailed her what was actually was already on the website with the department comments. But again, I think that the description of the outline and what creeks it follows and stuff, other than the fact I wanted to follow the Forest Service boundary instead of the wilderness boundary, which is what my original motion was that I made today. I think that's all we need to clarify, but I don't think we need to go into the language.
Okay. I don't know if Sarah's on or not.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm here if you want to call it back. I think I've got it up and maybe some clarifying questions.
Okay.
Are we back in session?
Yes, please. Yep.
All right. So I'm going to share here. So, Commissioner, I want to make sure that I've pulled the language that you emailed me, and this is also from the department response that to your amendment that appears on the website. And the only change is to the first bullet point under the department's response so that then the description would read, as I've had up here, beginning numbering the new BMU as 530, and then going down, we would strike Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness and put in U.S. Forest Service boundary instead. Have I got that right?
That's correct. There's actually language to change BMU 520 since we're carving it out as well. But again, I think that this is the accurate description of the new BMU, and then we'll make sure that we get this all straight, because I have not had a chance to put this on a map. But I think my motion was pretty clear.
Okay.
All right, and then the second part, Commissioner, I apologize, was I missed the change that you had to the dates. I wasn't clear which one of these was being changed.
What I did is I actually in 1A I actually included the quotas that the department recommended, and let's see, because
you need to read it because we need to have it clear.
Yeah, I agree. Just give me 1 second here.
Okay.
So Sarah, for the what we should say is for this one is establishing the female quota as 3 in the spring and 3 in the fall for the new BMU 530. So you can just replace that whole section.
Section A?
Yep, you can say female quota, female spring quota of 3 bears and a fall quota of 3 female bears, sorry. 3 female, yeah. And a fall quota of 3 female bears, which when harvested would close the season to black bear hunting. That's the department language. And B is correct.
So you don't need female before a spring quota, do you? Just spring quota of 3 female bears?
That's it.
Okay. All right, any questions? Any questions from the department, clarification or anything?
Madam Chair, I'm trying to see, does that, if I understood you correctly, Commissioner Siebel, you also adjusted the quotas within 520, and I was just,
yes.
Is that, I didn't see it.
No, yes, I apologize. You're correct. We should have we need to add that as well. And this goes along with the idea that we're also adjusting the boundary of 520. But yes, we took these 3 away from 520, so there is a new female quota in 520 as well. So we should add that. So you could do the same thing here. Sarah, is copy that, make it part B. You can move B down to C. So copy A and make it B. And then in A, say in new BMU 530, that's the lead into A. And then in B, you can put in exist or in I guess it'd be in the new or existing BMU 520 since it's actually shrunk, but and then just quick here. Just gonna double check, make sure I got the numbers right here. The spring quota would be 9 and the fall quota is 7. Spring quota 9 female bears, fall quota of 7, and that came from the department.
Okay, so Sarah, my question is, Commissioner Tabor seconded to this. I don't know from Commissioner Siebel, from what you first read, is there any changes?
No, this is just adding specifics, Madam Chair.
Okay, but there's still changes. I mean, specific.
Well, my language was in 1, which was the exact that is the description. It's BMU 520 is encompass those portions in HD 565 in the western section of 525 along the U.S. forest boundary. It does say in the map below, which I think we could strike as well.
Well, my biggest question, Sarah, is that Commissioner Tabor seconded it, and if we're making changes to it, he can't accept the changes.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, for procedural purposes, I would second Commissioner Siebel's motion for amendment number 4.
Thank you. Okay, now, any questions or comments? Commissioner Walsh. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Just Commissioner Siebel, if you could just clarify kind of what the genesis of this amendment is, and what was this being supported by the department, the regional office, or a specific outfitter? Where'd this come from, and why are, just a few moments ago, we were being asked to move all the regs to the same dates, May 1 to June 15, and now we're really carving out some really specific terms for 520 that we're actually taking 15 to 20 minutes just to get down on paper. So help me understand what's going on here.
I guess I just before you start, that is kind of something that we need to be doing too, is where are these ideas coming from that we're presenting? So go ahead.
Absolutely. This idea has been one that constituents in Region 5, and I have property in 520 as well, have brought up to me in the past of how early the bear season closes in 520 and what can we do. So I've had discussions with, obviously Moga has been involved with this in the past. Mike Colpo, who's a local outfitter up there, is one who has a lot of time on the ground, spends a lot of time up there. But in addition to that, we've had lots of discussions within the department about ways that we could split up 520 to try to address the situation of the lowland harvest, closing down long before the mountains can open. So we've had a lot of discussions. I've had a lot of discussions with Justin and Sean, a lot with Justin Paw and with Sean Stewart to discuss how we could do it. And this actually came to light as an idea of how we could geographically split the unit and have a high country unit to see if we can actually push this harvest, and actually get some boar harvest and harvest some bears that don't typically get harvested during this part of the season. So this is again, and we're not changing the quotas, so we're not changing the female sub quota at all in this whole bear management unit. And it's really trying to shift the harvest from all the lowland and the really quick harvest with females to try to get more harvest in this highland.
Any further questions?
And Madam Chair, I take responsibility. I should have had this amendment and all the boundaries written up better. I apologize for that to you and to the department and the public.
Thank you. And just a reminder that we can bring amendments a day of, but it is much easier if we have it organized, I guess, when brought forward. So any other questions? Okay, so we're voting on amendment number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, I didn't hear any opposition unless you were muted, so, okay, amendment passed. Okay, so is there a need for the other? Okay, there's no need for the other.
I have no more amendments, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Commissioner Burrows, do you have an amendment?
I do, Madam Chair. I'll go back to the discussion we had, and it would be in the description of the prohibited hound hunting areas. I don't see it, but it's basically in the original document, where actually it's back where we talked about the 9-mile watershed. So if we go back to that description of the prohibited areas for occupied grizzly bear habitat, and I have some proposed language.
Okay, I guess I have a legal question for Sarah. If it does fall into the bear habitat area that's already been released, can we do that?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I need you to repeat the question.
Sure. Maybe Commissioner Burrows, if you could kind of explain to her what you're trying to do, and that it does what you're wanting for a change of boundary would.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the portion the description in the occupied grizzly bear habitat, including the entire portion of 200, my understanding is that it being in the whole Missoula County portion of 200 actually expands the occupied grizzly bear habitat beyond the map. And it was more just a boundary to use in the Missoula County. So it actually went beyond the occupied grizzly bear habitat, bringing it back in to a boundary that makes more sense, which would actually encroach just a little bit on the occupied grizzly bear habitat, but I think would reduce potential conflict issues, because otherwise what you'd have people potentially accessing a main thoroughfare, which you could hunt off of and gets a lot of traffic and a lot of hunter activity, having a small sliver along that road that was prohibited, but people may have to go through that area to access an area that would allow hound hunting. My proposal would be just to use, instead of using a county boundary for that, use a road that's clearly defined, that gets a lot of hunting activity off of, and use that as the new boundary. So it would encroach just a little bit on the occupied grizzly bear habitat, but in my opinion would potentially reduce a lot of potential both enforcement and regulatory issues. So I think it makes a lot of sense to use and I have a description of it, the Graves Creek, Petty Creek Road that cuts through there from Highway 12 to I-90, that would basically establish the western boundary of the prohibited area for hound hunting.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, please.
Commissioner, as you know, we're in active litigation right now, and part of that litigation is about the boundaries of the occupied grizzly bear habitat. And so my recommendation at this point would be to not change those boundaries at all, to leave those occupied boundaries where they are. And then depending on the outcome of that litigation, we may be able to pick this conversation up at the next season setting.
Commissioner Burrows. Okay. So one more question for you, Sarah. I think the original motion was seconded by Commissioner Tabor. Is that okay that he is no longer present? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, the original motion hasn't changed, so that's all right.
Okay. Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I might.
Go ahead.
I'm going to try and share my screen here. I think I've got the descriptions up if you want to look at those, or it is long, but I can share those if you'd like to see them.
Of the boundaries, or what are we talking
of the boundary changes for Commissioner Siebel's Amendment 4.
Okay.
It's passed, so it's not, if you want the public to look at it, or it is posted on the website so they can see it as well.
Okay. I would suggest going to the website, because when you pull that stuff up, I can't see who to call on.
Certainly.
Thank you. Okay, so is there any other questions, I guess? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Who's talking?
It's Eric here. Just a clarification, did Mr. Burrows withdraw the amendment for the boundary change then?
It was never made.
It was never made. Okay, just clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for the public, if you want to comment, please raise your hands now so I can kind of see how many people are commenting. And is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on the black bear seasons and regulations?
Madam Chair, we have one in Region 5.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Bill Oxendahl, that's Oxendahl from Warden, Montana, and I'm a private citizen. I'm speaking out against the last-minute amendment specifically regarding the BMU 520 split. This amendment was just received last week on February 7th, and there was not sufficient time for public awareness, individual discussions, and public comments. I could only find 5 comments on the website. I know for a fact that this was missed by many people that it would directly involve. If this amendment passed, there would be too many license buying sportsmen that would be shocked and surprised afterwards that the commission could do something so drastic on such short notice. This amendment proposes very significant changes, and I would ask that it could be tabled to provide a reasonable amount of time for awareness, discussion, and comments. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any other people in the regional offices? Okay. All right, we will start with Mr. Lucas. Unmute, please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Jeff Lucas, LUKAS with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF is opposed to extending the black bear season to June 15th in any areas with high grizzly densities, including each of the BMUs in R1. We appreciate Commissioner Burrow's attempt to add an amendment to adjust the boundaries. It does address this issue somewhat. Extending the season to June 15th in BMUs where there are documented grizzly bears, particularly the grizzly bear core habitat area, increases the probability of mistaken identity grizzly kills by black bear hunters and would not demonstrate that the commission is committed to assuring adequate mortality regulations for grizzly bears. The commission's demonstration of careful management to avoid mistaken identification grizzly deaths by black bear hunters is one of the necessary requirements to achieve grizzly bear recovery and delisting, which we ultimately support. We ask that you please consider the long-term ramifications of this action related to Montana's ability to eventually manage grizzly bears the way the state sees fit. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McGillivray. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted. Okay.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for your time. My name is Joe McGillivray. I live in Missoula County. I've been a houndsman for over 20 years. I appreciate the opportunity that we have to chase bears in the state. I'm opposed to closing any more areas to the houndsman in Montana. I feel like we're already restricted enough. One of the issues I have is basically on the Rocky Mountain front, you can, farmers and ranchers use bush life and parks and their dogs to haze or chase grizzly bears that are problem bears. And I don't know how, that's coming from sportsmen's dollars that pays for this, and how that's okay, but yet we can't run bears in these grizzly occupied areas on the chance that we may come across a grizzly when we have the technology to call our dogs off at any time. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dara, if you'd like to go next, please. Need to, yep, go ahead.
This is Jeff Dara. I live in Stevensville, Montana. My last name is Darrah. I'm speaking as the Executive Director for Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife today. First of all, I would like to support the statewide June 15th closure date of spring bear season. Our organization supports that. We also support Commissioner Siebel's amendments. I would comment on the one that was struck out on the teeth pulling and presenting of a bear. I was a game warden for nearly 30 years, and every year we made cases of bears that were lactating sows that were brought in and presented. I know that's not the reason for pulling a bear tooth, but those lactating sows would have left cubs that some of them we were able to recover and some of them we were not. So by not being able to look at those bears, those orphan cubs would die for sure. So that is a valuable asset at looking at those bears. Montana SFW strongly opposes a change on page 4 of the bear regulations. It's confusing, but it appears to increase the no hound hunting of black bears in the BMU 200. This is lost opportunity to houndsmen. It appears that the grizzly inhabited areas seem to grow daily. The grizzly listed status continues to impact hunters and trappers in Montana in a negative way. We ask the commissioners to keep the existing hound hunting areas as they currently are and not reduce them anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Christofferson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Eric Christofferson, CHRISTOPHERSEN, and I am speaking on behalf of Montana Outfitters and Guides Association today. MOGA strongly supports the establishment of a statewide black bear hunting season closing date of June 15th and the creation of a new BMU 530. From a resource standpoint, there are few, if any, BMUs where black bears are in a depressed state. On the contrary, many areas of the state have a robust black bear population. For this reason, we support the approval of these changes to the 2024 and 2025 black bear seasons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Hostetler.
Hi, Dwayne Hostetler here with the Montana State Hound Association. And we support the department's proposal and everything to have the bear season extend to June 15th, and also C-Bull in the 4 units in Region 1, plus also C-Bull's amendments to do it statewide. And we also support, the extracting teeth versus checking in bears, but I guess statewide, but I guess that got scratched anyway. Meanwhile, we strongly oppose the expansion of hound hunting prohibition area, which shrinks our already limited opportunity to hound hunt for bears even more. There's no data out there to support the idea of hound hunting for black bears being detrimental to grizzly bears. We request the commission keep the current prohibited area locked in, and as the grizzly bear population expands, it will give us a perfect opportunity to prove that we are in fact not detrimental to the grizzly bear population. Rather than restricting hound hunting opportunities even more, we think the commission should entertain the ideas on expanding opportunity. For instance, in Region 1, start a pilot project in several units using limited draw black bear hound permits so FWP can control the number of houndsmen. This would also give houndsmen an opportunity to show FWP that just like in other states like Idaho and provinces in Canada, with grizzly bears in areas where black bears are pursued with hounds, the impact on grizzly bears will be virtually non-existent. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Wargo, please.
Yeah, Madam Chairs, member of the commission, my name is Ian Wargo, resident of Kalispell, Montana, and engaged local sportsman. I'd like to express my support for the spring black bear season extension from May 15th to June, or May 31st to June 15th in the Bob Marshall and surrounding units. This is something that myself and many others have been calling for a long time. But my personal why isn't necessarily for creating additional black bear opportunity, is more for protecting our ungulate populations. The Bob Marshall used to be the elk hunting destination in Montana, and now we are suffering from the lowest recorded elk populations we have seen there in the last 100 years. 2023 elk count in the Bob Marshall was 273 elk that were total that were counted. And the 15-year average calf recruitment was 13.8. Minimum of 25 on a calf recruitment is what's required for a stable population. So if we sit back and do nothing, we're on the brink of losing our Bob Marshall elk population entirely, or stagnating at this 100-year low population level. Access to the Bob Marshall and surrounding areas really don't even begin till May 15th due to road closures, deep snow conditions. So this extension would be very meaningful and will assist in addressing documented low calf recruitment. You can probably tell this subject is one I'm very passionate about and spent a lot of time advocating for it. Passionate enough that yesterday I made the mistake of reading all the online comments regarding the black bear season extension. And there was while there was widespread support for the extension, there was also a bit of opposition. I just wanted to take a second and lay aside one of the misconceptions that I read in the comments. And I normally wouldn't comment on an online comment, but there were multiple comments that claim this proposal came from Commissioner Tabor to serve Swan Mountain Outfitters. That's simply not the case. I'd say the origin of this proposal was, in large part championed by myself and a number of other local sportsmen working with their local biologists to address an issue. So, and furthermore, Swan Mountain Outfitter District was there is a June 15th closure date already. So it was just odd, kind of baseless claim, I thought. And quite frankly, I'm a little jealous that Pat's getting to take all the credit on this one. But anyways, regarding the statewide extension, I've, familiarity with the rest of Region 1. I think it'd be very beneficial to extend the rest of Region 1 and the rest of the state in accordance with the amendment, if that makes sense locally. Lastly, I think the comment about the increased risk of accidental grizzly bear take as a result of this extension in occupied grizzly habitat is also kind of baseless. Grizzlies are the last to go to bed, the first to wake up. So all of our black bear season locally is conducted in the presence of grizzly bears. There isn't the problem currently with accidental take, and I don't think this will create one. So just thank you for the opportunity to comment and all the hard work that's put forth by the commission and the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arno.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Rob Arnaud. That's ARNAUD. And I am the executive director of the Montana Conservation Society. We are very happy to support Commissioner Siebel's proposed amendment relative to the black bear season. Extending the season to June 15th is a smart move and helps standardize the bear hunting season. While we agree that caution is warranted relative to ensuring no overharvest of females, the effect of a June 15th season will probably have just the opposite effect. People will be selective in being able to now find and select older male bears during the mating season. And in terms of interaction with grizzly bears, FWP and the commission retain the authority to make changes upon emergent needs. And we believe that the agency and commission have done yeoman's work in finding a balance between conserving grizzlies and providing an opportunity to harvest black bears. We also support the split in 520 as it will create more opportunities for the fair chase and harvest of black bears, a species that is doing quite well in Montana. We appreciate the thoughtful approach to managing species for balance, and we agree that mule deer and elk parturations could be enhanced over the short-term scale by increasing the harvest of black bears. Furthermore, we note that the commission has authority to shut down harvest as the resource dictates, or if a conflict arises with other species such as grizzly bear. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Cameron Mayo, please. Still, there you go.
You got me?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Cameron Mayo. On behalf of MOGA, I support the proposals as written for a statewide June 15th deadline for black bear. This will simplify regulations, accommodate hunters for variable weather conditions, and mitigate crowding issues associated with an inconsistent deadline regulation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Copel, please. Okay, go ahead. Are you there? Okay, we can't hear you on this end, and it doesn't show that you're muted. I'll try it again. Okay, try again. Okay, we can't hear anything on this end. I'll come back to you. Adeline? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Adeline Richardson, Richardson. I am a Missoula resident and a avid houndsman. I would like to oppose the expanding prohibited zone on black bear hunting with hounds because I believe it takes away from the already extremely limited area available to houndsmen on the western side of the state. Hound hunting with hounds is an extremely effective and productive way of managing black bear. Houndsmen, unlike spot and stalk hunters, have the unique ability to identify male versus female, size, and relative age of the bear before deciding whether to harvest it. There's already verbiage in place to protect against houndsmen harassing the grizzly bears, which is requiring the houndsman to have a GPS unit in order to maintain control of the dogs. There's no documented evidence of houndsmen causing harm to grizzly bears. Our neighbors in Idaho have grizzly bears and have had a lot of success with hound hunting over the years. That is all. Thank you.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I had to cough for a second there. MOGA office, not sure who it is.
Madam Chair, committee members, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on these crucial amendments. My name is Will Israel, ISRAEL. I'm the Executive Director of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. We strongly endorse the establishment of a statewide black bear season closure with the closure date of June 15th and the creation of a new bear management unit in Hunting District 565 called BMU 530. Our endorsement is rooted in MOGA's methodical approach to formulating comments and recommendations, which are guided by 6 criteria. Number 1, we look at resource status. We prioritize conservation, supporting proposals that sustainably expand and maintain hunting opportunities. Number 2, we look at hunting opportunity and the impact on hunting opportunity. We assess proposals' effects on hunter access and opportunity, favoring sustainable expansions. Number 3, hunter distribution and landscape crowding. We consider proposals that distribute hunting pressure evenly across landscapes to alleviate crowding. Number 4, economic impacts. We weigh the economic effects on local and regional economies, favoring proposals that benefit communities. Number 5, diversity of hunting opportunity. We endorse proposals that enhance Montana's diverse hunting experiences. And number 6, addressing landowner concerns. We endorse proposals that enhance that address specific landowner concerns to foster positive relationships. Based on these criteria, we conclude that the amendments for black bear season setting align with effective resource management practices. Therefore, we offer our full support for these amendments, and we thank you for your consideration and hard work on these matters. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands raised. Give you one more chance to raise your hand. Okay. Just double checking with the regional offices, make sure there's no one. All right. Any questions or comments from the commission before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the black bear seasons and regulations signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, what time is it? Would you guys like to take a lunch break? or do you want to keep going?
Madam Chair, I pushed my meeting off till 2:30 as late as I
Okay,
could. Do.
perfect.
So
Then we'll
if you
keep
want
going.
to keep going, and I'm happy
Okay.
to.
If
Sorry.
we need a break at 2:30, when Commissioner Siebel has to leave, maybe we'll make it through. Okay. The next thing would be the approval of request to translocate sage grouse to Alberta, Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This is a request the department brought before the commission in August of 2022. At that time, we made a request for a single year that we would have the augmentation of an existing kind of an extension of an existing program that the department has been involved with Alberta. The goal was to provide 160 sage grouse to them to reestablish a population within about 25 miles of the department's, I'm sorry, of the Montana boundary. The request was approved in August of 22. We asked for a single year approval. The last spring, weather conditions did not allow for that to occur. And so we pushed it off. And so what we wanted to do was come back and revisit this and ask for a little bit longer window. So we're asking for something that could occur either this spring or in either of the next 2 springs. Still looking for up to 40. I would like to point out that while we have a bit of a concern with our harvest zone 3, the sources for this population is not within that harvest zone. This is north of there. Although we currently a little bit below the long-term average, we're not nearly in the same situation that we are within the harvest zone 3. This is a population that we would not take all of the birds from a single lek. It would be spread throughout. And if conditions this spring warrant, if our lek counts are down, then we've got the opportunity to push off this translocation for up to 2 more years and still consider it there. There's some information posted and provided to the commission regarding some of the prior efforts. My understanding is that we may have a representative of Alberta on the call today that may be able to respond to any questions that the department may have or the commission may have regarding the work on their side of the border. That's our recommendation, and we'll take any questions that the commission may have.
Okay, who would know if we actually have somebody from Alberta on? Okay, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Mr. Wakeland, just a quick question. We hear all the time about the status of sage grouse. We still have a hunting season, but there's a constant threat of potential listing and of the bird. And my question for you is, do birds in Alberta count towards when we're looking at populations for listing, or when we're being threatened with listing of populations? Do those birds count, or are we taking them out of a area where they do count and moving them out like they were harvested? And I'd like you to expand on that, please.
I can certainly try to respond to that, and I can also offer legal, who seems to be Sarah's been dealing with this an awful lot on several other fronts. But routinely, the population within a neighboring nation does not necessarily count directly to our population or our status. However, they do take into consideration several other things: connectivity, the likelihood for genetic interplay, and because this is a transboundary population, there's certainly the possibility that this could actually influence some of our international movements as well and bolster that area.
Just a quick follow-up observation that I guess I want to be careful that we don't take sage grouse out across the international line and then put ourselves in any kind of risk from a population perspective.
Yes, certainly so. There's the current status of sage grouse within Montana. I mean, what we typically see across the range of sage grouse not just in Montana, but west-wide, is it tends to be very cyclical. It's kind of on about a 7-year cycle where we have highs and lows. And the overall concern about the species is that when looking at those troughs, those very low lows, that those seem to be getting lower. However, it does trend back up, and we do have those numbers. The service has looked at it multiple times. I'm sure they will again. But at this point, there hasn't been a warranted listing, and our populations with Montana, we feel are robust enough to withstand that. And if we do our elect counts this year and the populations are not where we want them to be, we certainly have the opportunity to postpone this again.
Thank you.
I guess Joel Nicholson from Alberta is on. If you'd like to turn your camera and your microphone on. Okay, Commissioner Brooke, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, actually, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Joel. You can hear me?
Yes.
When they first did some of the first translocations, they had a pretty good hit from predators. And I noticed that Alberta was managing for predators. Are they still managing for predators in these release areas?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the question. We have, in fact, been doing some predator management on our landscape. Due to the fact that we have such a small population, they're likely in a situation where the population is not viable, and so we do need to help them out in that respect. Our predator management program has been two-pronged. We have been removing structures off of the landscape that benefit predators to try to change the habitat and tip the habitat in the favor of sage grouse. And then we do some targeted removals in very key sage grouse habitats adjacent to our remaining active leks and nesting habitat.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, I think a healthy population of sage grouse with our neighbors to the north makes a lot of sense. And I think with the department's discretion to translocate, at their discretion when they feel necessary, seems like a good stroke of business. So with that, I'd move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the translocation of up to 40 sage grouse to Alberta during the spring 2024 through 2026 as presented.
I'll second that. Lane?
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. All right. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to it? Okay. It looks like Mr. Lucas. You are muted still. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's Jeff Lucas with Montana Wildlife Federation again. MWF has supported FWP's sage grouse translocation project in the past, and we definitely support it today. Sage grouse population connectivity is an important element in the conservation of this species, and we believe the relatively small number of birds that we provide will help connect populations spread out along the Canadian border. There's ample habitat in that region, and it just needs the birds to fill in the gaps between local populations. So we believe this program has the potential to do just that. We urge a do pass, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Just making sure that there's nobody in the regional offices again. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Madam
Next.
Chair, are you ready to move
Yes, I
on?
am. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, we'll move on to proposed authorization of peregrine falcon falconry take for the next biennium, 2-year period of time, 2024 and 2025. Essentially, the commission has the ability to authorize a maximum number of peregrines that may be taken by falconers by permit, who can then keep them live for falconry, the use of falconry hunting. The number that has been approved for quite some time has been 10. The last biennium, only 2 were taken by falconers, and the department has no concerns biologically, and we recommend that the commission act to approve that with a few kind of recommendations as far as residents and their take when the period of time, June 1st, August 31st, non-residents can take 1 of those 10, and only general or master falconers taking, prohibiting from 8 locations where viewing is a big kind of draw, and then prohibiting the sale, barter, exchange of the birds from the wild, and requiring each falconer who takes a peregrine from the wild to report the take to the department and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service within 5 days. With those, that's the department's recommendation. I'd certainly be willing to try to respond to any questions.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the take of up to 10 peregrine falcons for falconry purposes by residents and 1 peregrine falcon for falconry purposes by non-residents during the 2024-2025 biennial take period, as well as other recommendations as described above and presented by the department.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Any questions from anyone? Commissioner Lane, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I actually had just a quick question for Mr. Wakeling. So there's a 10 total take. Is that correct? Both resident and non-resident?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Lane, that is correct. Up to 10, 1 of those can go to a non-resident.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone in the regional offices who have any comments? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we'll move on to the repeal of ARM 12.9.101, please.
Very good, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Final item from wildlife today. We're as part of the effort to kind of look at rules and try to keep things as short, simple, and streamlined as possible. We occasionally encounter particular rules that are no longer relevant or relatively necessary. The big game policy was adopted in 1972, and at that time, we did not have a lot of the management plans that we currently have in place. And so with the advent of our management plans, just finished the elk plan. We've updated the adaptive harvest management plan for deer back in 2021. We're about to start on another planning process associated with mule deer. Basically, a lot of this is archaic, obsolete, and not necessary. And so the department's recommending that we go ahead and initiate the repeal process. This is the first step. If the commission adopts this and the department's recommendation to initiate the repeal, this goes through the Secretary of State's office and goes through a public process through there, where hearings are held and comment is heard and all of that. And then it has to come back before the commission before a final decision is made to actually repeal the rule. So at this point, this is just the start. And this is what the department is asking, is for the commission to initiate that process.
Any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission initiate repeal of Administrative Rule 12.9.101 Big Game Management Policy.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on this? Okay, Mr. Lucas. Still muted. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF opposes changing or repealing the big game management arm rule without further review by stakeholders and a solid justification from FWP. Simply stating that this rule is outdated is not enough to take a bedrock arm rule for all of big game management and repeal it. If the new process for statewide management plans for specific game species is the basis for this arm repeal, I would like to point out that the public has been extremely frustrated with this new process. I haven't found a single person or organization that felt the new process allowed as much input and interaction from the public as the old process did. People are downright frustrated with new management plan processes, such as scoping meetings where the public can ask questions, but comments are not officially written down and submitted to the agency, less interaction with commissioners, and a process that makes it more difficult for the public to have their ideas heard and discussed publicly. And these are just a few of the complaints that I've consistently heard. Whether it was the elk plan, fish plan, or otherwise, folks have serious frustrations with these new processes. This is not the process that FWP should be using to justify the wholesale repeal of the very arm rule that guides big game management. If FWP is really considering this repeal, we suggest widely reaching out to the public and having stakeholder meetings to ask them if the new process for management plans is working for the public and whether they feel this arm rule repeal is justified. MWF strongly urges that the commission votes no on moving forward with such an important repeal. Right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Are there any other comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just to clarify from the last comment there, this is just to initiate the process. There'll be ample time, as I understand from Mr. Wakeman, for public comment on the repeal of this and the merits of the repeal. Is that correct, Brian? I guess that was kind of a question in the statement.
My apologies, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. No, you got that correct. And I see Ms. Clarett's up, and certainly allow her to expand upon that if she chooses.
Madam Chair, nope, that's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, I do have somebody else that raised their hand. I will let them go. Oh, nope. Yes, they did. David Walrod, if you would like to go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is David Walrod. I'm one of the directors for Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. We are opposed against the repeal and feel that it's a backbone that is needed to support the trust and accountability. Relying on each individual plan to cover their own requirements is not really acceptable. The wolf plan and grizzly plan are both still drafts at this time, and repealing this arm would be premature, I believe. We strongly feel that it should not be repealed. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, any other comments before we go to a vote?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Burrows. Yep.
in reading through the policy there, I guess I failed to see in there what we would disagree with in any one of those policy statements that are in that. There's no real specific management policies in there. I mean, they're relatively, I guess, benign. And if it's outdated from the standpoint that it's holding the department back, but I guess in reading through them, I failed to see anything in there that I necessarily disagree with. So maybe we could just have a little more clarification on even if it is outdated or hasn't been updated for a while, if there's anything specific in there that's causing us a problem.
Sarah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, we actually went through, the legal department went through this ARM, and the Mr. Wakeling said it very well, but I would add an addition to that, which is the problem with this ARM is that since it's from 1972, there have been additional statutes that have come since then. So it was actually 30 years after this statute that a bunch of the big game, ARM, that a bunch of the big game statutes came to be. And so we went through those statutes and compared their guidance to this ARM. And there are a number of places where essentially this rule has been overruled by statute in the intervening time. And I have a whole list of them, and I can go through section by section. I'm ready to answer all of those questions if you have them. But the bottom line is that it's 87-1, 301, and then 321 through 25 are the big ones, which relate to elk and then also to the commission's power in general. And then there's also 87-1, 201, which is the department's responsibilities in general, and then 264 through 269, and then about 901. There's a bunch of other ones. So the point is we've gone through and done pretty careful review, and although generally you're right that a lot of the concepts haven't changed, the statutes have gone through and more specifically required the department to do different or more specific things. For example, just in subsection 1, you can see that the ARM discusses maximum breeding stock. And if you look at 87-1, 323, which has come in the meantime, it talks about at or below sustainable population. So that's just one example of the statutory language getting more specific over time. And so we need to make sure that the statute rules over the ARM. So the ARM needs to be repealed, and then anything that we would like to add on top of the statutes that already exist from this old rule could be done through legislation if we wanted to do that later.
Any other questions, Commissioner Burrows?
No, thank you. Good explanation. And I guess I'm not requesting any more clarification or details on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Quentin, did you need to add something?
I'm not sure, Chair. I raised my hand. Just Commissioner Burrows made me pause. Just was going to further clarify something. 14 at least statutes. Sarah referenced a couple of them, but I'm certainly happy as to Commissioner Siebel's point, process just beginning. Certainly happy to walk through the public with those interactions between the rule and the statute during those interactions. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair.
Yep. Thank you. We don't need to go through all of them now, but any other questions? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. It's Miss O'Neill on. Oh, thank you, Brian, for everything.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Deb O'Neill and happy to be joining you in my interim role as Administrator of Parks and Outdoor Rec of FWP. So today, I'm bringing you the final proposed block management arm rules in the first item. And I'll keep this brief as you have seen this item before in a variety of stages at the past commission meetings. First, last August, we brought this to you asking for approval to draft updated rules for the Black Management Program. As you heard Mr. Wakeling and Ms. Clergett say, language was outdated and in some cases didn't reflect statute. And then last October, the Commission authorized FWP to file an administrative rule notice and begin the MAPA process, which does include a 30-day public comment period. Now, today at this meeting, we're asking you to adopt the final rules. We did receive about a dozen comments on the draft Black Management Rules during the MAPA process, and most of the comments were over concern of removing the language from the ARM and including it in the Department's Standard Operating Procedures, or SOPs. But by doing this, we're following the Governor's direction in his Red Tape Initiative. We've responded to comments in the final rule, but did not change the rule due to the comments received. We did provide you an SOP as a draft. There is still some cleanup work that needs to be done and review that needs to be done. Because the ARM needs to be consistent with current practices and statutory requirements, FWP recommends that the Commission adopt as final the proposed Black Management Rules. And if you have any questions on the ARM process or our responses to the comments received, I have FWP Legal Counsel Alex Scolavino and Access Program Manager Jason Kuhl here today.
Thank you. Any questions, anyone? Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair, if you'll allow me, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt as final the proposed block management rules as reflected in the draft rule adoption notice.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, Commissioner Lane. Okay, any questions or clarifications or anything? Okay, anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this? Okay. All right, I will go to Mr. Lucas. Need to unmute. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Feels like there should just be a Mr. Lucas button for you to push sometimes.
You're always at the top.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Jeff Lucas with the Wildlife Federation. We have opposed filing an administrative rule change notice with the Secretary of State on block management since last summer. We believe it would potentially erode the foundation of block management. ARM rules have the force of law. Without the force of law behind them, when they're moved from a rule to a departmental policy, they can be changed by agency leadership without public approval or even public acknowledge of said changes. Policies can be changed or not enforced at the discretion of agency leadership, and that lack of transparency could lead to degradation of an incredibly popular program. It also could lead to mistrust among cooperators and hunters as well. Another issue is that in all the time that this ARM rule change has been progressing, FWP has not provided the written out departmental policies that the ARM rules are being replaced with. So cooperators and the public can see them and can see the firm guidance that FWP provides to cooperators and to confirm that continuity in the program. We do recognize the need for regional flexibility in the management of the BMA program, but we fail to see the need for this change to an incredibly popular program and ask that the Commission votes in opposition to this ARM change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Farron. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. Again, this is Kevin Farron, Farron, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We're pretty much a hearty me too to everything that Mr. Lucas just shared. We've commented on this issue numerous times throughout the process. Our concerns of perhaps the unintended consequences of this change remain. Unnecessarily moving some of the framework of both the block and the EHA 454s, I'll just give you my comment on that right now, out of the rule into unenforceable and potentially out of the public eye administrative policies opens these programs for further changes by this administration, but more importantly, by the next. And so we again ask that we consider all the implications of this change and perhaps seek a third alternative that addresses, ours and Montana Wildlife Federation's written concerns and allows some of these things to move to department policy and keep some of the other important ones that we pointed out intact. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Kenton, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Fish Wildlife Commission. My name is Kenton Hickether, Hickethier. I am representing the Montana Conservation Society. We are in support of Alternative A within the proposed rule changes for block management. We believe that this change is worth pursuing as it will help provide more flexibility in how the program can be administered on the ground, as well as provide for options in block management that previously would have not been easy to agree to for various administrative reasons. While we are supportive of these changes, we do share concerns that public funds are spent with the utmost transparency. Block management is transparent by nature, with agreements for being open for scrutiny, and the agency, by constitutional mandate, must conduct business in the open. Montana Conservation Society believes that the agency will act within this level of transparency. We hope that the citizens continue to be watchdogs on the agency and commission, as the Montana State Constitution requires us to be. Thank you for your time and all your efforts.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for people that have their hands raised. Any other questions or comments before I call for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. All right. If you want to move to the elk hunting access arm rule, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another final rule in front of you for your consideration for the elk hunting access agreement arm. Again, we brought this before you first last August, asking approval to draft the updated rules as they were outdated and didn't reflect statute. And then last October, you authorized us to file an administrative rule notice and to begin the map-up process again. Language removed from the ARM rule will be included in the department SOPs, and they have been posted on the commission page, and you have received them as well. Again, this follows the governor's direction in his red tape initiative. We received 4 comments on the draft EHA rules during the map-up process, and we did respond to the comments in the final rule, but did not change the rule due to the comments received. Again, the SOP was provided to you as a draft, and like the block management SOP, there's still some cleanup work and review that needs to be done. And because the ARM needs to be consistent with current practices and statutory requirements, FWP recommends that the commission adopt as final the proposed elk hunting access agreement rules. And still, Alex and Jason are still available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt as final the proposed elk hunting access agreement arm rules as reflected in the draft rule adoption notice.
Second.
Okay. Was that Commissioner Lane?
Lane, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Anyone? There's no one with their hands raised. I'll give you a couple. Okay. Mr. Lamb, if you'd like to go ahead. Okay, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Ben Lamb. I am the, excuse me, it's been a long day in front of a computer. I'm the, excuse me again, policy director for the Montana Conservation Society We just want to register our support for alternative A, the agency recommendation for the ARM rules for the EHA program. The program has really come a long way from what were probably some overly contentious years with that. And I think we really want to thank both the commission and the agency for the work to move on this last legislative session. HB 596, I believe, was the bill that passed to help clear up more of this. And so we really just want to encourage the commission to continue moving forward with this process. And really also wanted to thank the agency under the SOP for the inclusion of regional review. We think that's a really important piece for making sure that landowners and the agency and the hunters selected for these programs are all deeply involved. And our belief is management happens best when it happens on the ground. And FWP's regional staff working with these landowners is just super, super important. So thank you guys for your time. And again, please vote for the motion to move this forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. I'm not sure, Hoyland?
Yes, this is Bruce Hoyland.
Okay,
and I'm calling from Roundup. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The enhanced elk hunting access has a few problems that I'm seeing this year. In 411, there were well over 10 ranches that were in the elk hunting access. I visited with several people in our area and told them, hey, this would be a good deal to apply for. And I myself applied for it also. And I started out at number 46. And in 4 days, I was down to number 6 on the list. And the rest of the season, as far as I know, no one was called. Another young man that I talked to get him involved in this was down to number 1, and he was down to number 1 in 4 days and never was called. So there's some problems that need to be looked at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilkins.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Don Wilkins, Libby, Montana, WILKINS. In Region 1, there's thousands of acres of private timberlands, which have historically been enrolled in the regular block management programs open to public hunting. The landowners now, at least one, has taken 23,000 acres of that block management and enrolled it in an EHA. And the general public lost 23,000 acres last hunting season. And it's hard for the general public hunters to understand how it's an enhanced hunting public opportunity when the general public is being locked out of these regular block management areas in favor of enhanced hunting areas where only a chosen few get to hunt these lands. And I guess I just encourage the department, when these EHA applications start coming in this spring, that they be mindful of the adjacent areas that could already be enrolled into an EHA and out of the regular BMAs, and how much more of this land would be lost to the general public in favor of just a very few handpicked by the landowner or the department. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more hands raised. Any questions, anybody? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Sarah, if you would speak to the Half Moon Slough petition, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is a petition, again, not brought by the department, but brought by the petitioner directly to you. The department did work with the petitioner as you requested to put this in the appropriate format, essentially administrative help. And your options are, as they always are, this is to initiate rulemaking. So you can either choose to initiate the rulemaking, you can redline the rule as it appears to you, or you can deny the petition. Those are your three options today. And with that, I'll turn it over to the petitioner.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. I'm the second only member of the Quigley Nobodies Club, my wife being executive director. And so today, sitting here before you, listening to all of the things that you folks have to deal with, the ins, the outs, the do's, the don'ts, utterly amazing. I commend you for all of your work and your efforts. However, not nearly as entertaining as the Fannie Willis trial of yesterday, but however, very enlightening. The landowners asked me to represent them and to let you know that we are, again, not trying to stop any of the recreationalists, fishermen, kayakers, bird watchers, so on and so forth. We were hoping that actually this could be a silent partnership between all the above parties. We need to try to help curtail the erosion problem that we are finding. And as we as taxpayers, I just learned here recently that surveyors don't like crooked lines, so we are actually paying taxes for the land that is actually holding the water. So with that being said, I would just ask that the commission support this petition. It's not a large body of water. It doesn't affect a lot of people, but it does affect us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Oh, Commissioner Brooke.
I'm sorry, I can't find my little hand thing. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Quigley, I was wondering if you have any data from a scientist or a hydrologist stating that the cause of the wake is causing the erosion and not like the lake levels or drought. Do you have data from anybody?
Scientific data, it's landowner observation of over the last 50 to 70 years, and soil being eroded into the slough. And so there's been a lot of high water that could contribute to it, but that's very seldom. And so as far as scientific data, no, we just observational. You can see it. We have lost it. It's gone.
And just a follow-up comment, Mr. Quigley. You're asking, we have no scientific data to support removing a public recreation opportunity on public waters. And it's kind of a big ask because they have as much right to be on that water as anybody. And it's hard to just emotionally say, well, I understand you landowners are worried about the erosion, but it would be really good to know if that is in fact even causing the erosion, because a lot of different things. And you know, the other thing is it could be the next slough up comes to us next year saying the same thing, or small lakes and Lake 5 showing us a root ball saying this is caused by this activity without any data to back it up.
Sure. The only comment that I could make to you is that it's a small body of water, even compared to Lake 5. And even Finnan Slough, which is 215 acres, has a no wake zone. So we're not restricting anybody. We're just asking people to work with us. We just want them to know that it is a partnership.
Is it a partnership with the wakeboarders?
No, it's a partnership of all people involved, the recreationists and the landowners. The slough is too small to even provide a wake. Wakeboarders don't even go in there. Fishermen use it. We welcome them, and we have seen the action visually. Our observation, which is pretty scientific, being able to see the height of the wave and the amount of erosion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, I have a question for Sarah, and that is, what's the process from here? If we agree to move forward with this, what happens next?
Commissioner, from here, the same process as when we do arm rules for the department. We would put this out to the Secretary of State for the public comment process, and then it would come back to you after the public comment process with the comments attached, and you could decide whether to adopt at that point.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Burrows.
So, I mean, we've asked for science. I don't think there's science that supports that the erosion's happening from wakes. I think it's limiting opportunity there. I don't know that this slough, Half Moon is quite a bit smaller than the other slough that we had talked about, but I guess without scientific data, what I'd heard anecdotally was a lot of the erosions happening just because of the water, how much the water levels go up and down in the slough, and not necessarily from the wake from the boats. So I would without some scientific data that's pointing directly to the boat wake as the rationale or the reason for the erosion, I'm probably going to oppose the petition at this point.
Any other comments?
Madam Chairman.
Yep, this one, I have one more question here first. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, this is just a quick statement, and to be consistent with last petition, it might have even been this one, that I really propose or support a more programmatic approach, and I'd like to see the department develop rules around sizes, characteristics of different waterways, so that we don't get inundated with individual petitions everywhere asking for the same thing. So I would say that I do not want to support an individual petition, and I think we should look at this more programmatically, especially once we have, if there is information, scientific information to support what Commissioner Brooke and Commissioner Burrows have said, to support that we're actually having an impact with wake boats, et cetera, on these waterways. But I'd like to see a larger programmatic approach to it from the department level, and not one petition after the other on these smaller waterways. But Mr. Quigg, I do appreciate you guys and appreciate your efforts here.
Mr. Quigley, if you want to make one more comment, I'll allow that.
Thank you. As far as the scientific study, who are you going to get and who's going to pay for it? That's number one. Number two, a slough is not a moving large body of water such as a river that's going to cause erosion. And the one thing that I'd like to point out is you already have statutory regulation on lakes that are less than 35 acres or no wake zone. So why should this be any different? We're not restricting public. We're just asking for consideration to be polite and still be able to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel, are you asking someone specifically in the FWP to actually do what you suggested?
Madam Chair, certainly, I guess I just wanted to voice that as an opposition to specific petitions. So that I would like to see a more programmatic approach, and if that's something we can request for the department to take a look at. And if there's rules already in place that need to be applied to sloughs, and we can describe and define those, and it makes sense that the department wants to put that forward, I would definitely think that that's a better approach than again, with the proper data and the proper scientific evidence, better approach than one body of water at a time.
Sarah or Quentin, if you could maybe speak to that, please.
Message, Chair, Vice Chair, other members of the commission. Vice Chair is not here now, sorry. Message heard, we understand where it comes from. Obviously, there has been a series of these. They are all across the board individually contentious. Inevitably, they seem to speak. And I think it showed itself in the conversation. There's multiple user groups coming into these with multiple perspectives. There's also multiple jurisdictions and you might say responsibilities, and more than a little uncertainty. The question earlier about the direct cause between erosion and boat traffic, and that's not clear. What is clear is that the bodies like EQC picked up an erosion question. They really didn't. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it proved to be a challenging conversation for them as well, trying to establish just exactly how to characterize the reasons for the erosion losses people are seeing. And then also, where is the authority as it relates to erosion of banks, river banks, slough banks. And so there's just a lot of uncertainty, a lot of contention. We have talked about trying to do a comprehensive approach. I would just say we're certainly happy to think about that again. In the past, we haven't found it to necessarily be as clear, any clearer or any less difficult, Commissioner, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, Chair. But let me be clear, we're happy, given the conversation, we're happy to look again and see if we can try again, find a better way. Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Not to end the discussion, but just for the sake of moving us along, Madam Chair, I'd move the Fish and Wildlife Commission deny the draft language provided by the petitioner.
Okay, is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay. All right, any other, Commissioner Siebel, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I apologize, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to drop off, but I support the motion to deny on the table. Not that I meant, but.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay. Sarah, I have a question. When we do go to a vote, there's only 5 of us left. How many do we need to pass the motion?
You need a majority of the members present, so you would need 3.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the petition? Is there anyone? Nobody has their hand raised. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion to deny the language signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. The petition has been denied. Okay, the only thing left on the agenda are items not on the agenda. So is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to us about anything that is not on the agenda? Okay. There are no hands raised. I'll give you another chance to raise your hand if you have something to speak to us about items not on the agenda. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Go take a break, have some lunch. Have a good weekend, everyone, and meeting. Oh, Sarah, did you have something? Oh. All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good work, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.